මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය Ooredooගේ M-Fasa මෙදුරිකෝ PayPalගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු ලිපඩන්නවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය Ooredooගේ M-Fasa මෙදුරිකෝ PayPalගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු ලිපඩන්නවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය Ooredooගේ M-Fasa මෙදුරිකෝ PayPalගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු ලිපඩන්නවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය Ooredooge M-Pesa මෙදුරිකෝ PayPal ಗೆ ಹಿದ್ಮೆ ಮಿಹಾರ್ಗೆ ಬಡನ್ನವಾನ್ මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය Ooredooge M-Pesa මෙදුරිකෝ PayPal ಗೆ ಹಿದ್ಮೆ ಮಿಹಾರ್ಗೆ ಬಡನ್ನವಾನ್ මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය Ooredooge M-Pesa මෙදුරිකෝ PayPal ಗೆ ಹಿದ್ಮೆ ಮಿಹಾರ್ಗೆ ಬಡನ್ನವಾನ್ මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය Ooredooge M-Pesa මෙදුරිකෝ PayPalge හිටුමේ මිහාරු ගොඩන්නවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය Ooredooge M-Pesa මෙදුරිකෝ PayPalge හිටුමේ මිහාරු ගොඩන්නවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය Ooredooge M-Pesa මෙදුරිකෝ PayPalge හිටුමේ මිහාරු ගොඩන්නවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු ගොඩැන්නවාන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු ගොඩැන්නවාන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු ගොඩැන්නවාන්
Welcome back once again. This is Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 3 for MLBB. And this should be the third day of our MLBB ECS with Ooredoo Nation. So it's going to be really fun. We had 2 days worth of matches already from the start. And then now we will have around 4 more matches. So that means like four matchups, so 8 teams, etc. And it's gonna be really fun. We already saw in the assets who our first teams are gonna be. It's gonna be LNN, SLF, RF versus KOF Sururan. So we're gonna be seeing right there on our screens exactly the second to the last bracket from the left side. So that's it. LNN, SLFO, RF versus KOF Sururan. And then after that, it's gonna be LNN, SLFO, and LF Kumar. And the winners of each will be going up against each other. And of course, we'll have two more matches, and that's gonna be the second column of brackets. That's two more that we're gonna be. Yeah, and we're gonna see Vigani versus Quiz VG as well. It's gonna be a long night, but we're all gonna be so excited for it because this is where things get interesting. After the first two matches, it's gonna be winner versus winner, and after that, winner versus winner again. And we all already saw what a nice matchup it was, like how some of these teams worked out with each other. Even like Vigani is very interesting, but BLMV as well. But I was really curious actually about Euphoria because of course Euphoria won out of the forfeit of another team, so we haven't seen them in action yet. But speaking of in action, of course we'll go straight to the drafting phase. And we're gonna be seeing our first bans. I believe Kof Sururan will be banning the Eve first, and as well as the Phobias. SLFORF will take the Marshall ban for themselves. And now that's gonna be Glue as well. Glue will be the next ban, and then Sururan will be banning the Claude. SLFORF waiting up on the next ban, final ban. They're just hovering as of this moment. There's still a lot of universal bans that need to be banned, and I don't know if Sururan and RF they've played against each other before because I'm not sure if any of these are targeted or respect bans. So we have the Kadita ban from RF. Not sure if I've seen Kadita on like professional scene, but definitely if you played rank, Kadita hits hard. But alright, we got the first pick. Sururan will be taking Akai. And I'm gonna assume this Akai will go to the jungle because that, as of the moment, that's like that's the meta. And then let's follow it up with two picks. Alright, we got the Jushin. That will be Muta, who will be taking the Jushin for themselves. We should have another pick for RF. We're waiting on that. There's a lot of heroes that are still open, so there can still be Granger. Exactly. I was just gonna say Granger, and we're gonna have our first RF is gonna take the high valued. What did I say? High valued? That's a strange term, but yes, these are sought after damage dealers. Although the best thing to do, mostly the best practice, would be to keep your damage dealers for the last part of the picking. This time around, Jushin and Granger, they are most likely to be picked, so they definitely RF definitely wants to at least take Jushin and Granger for themselves and maybe risk a little bit of a counter pick later. But yes, nonetheless, Jushin, Granger, solid picks, and then we'll go to Sururan. It's going to be the Arlot and the Irithel. Now, RF has one more pick left to go, and we're gonna be waiting it up. Still a lot of picks that could still happen. There's still a lot of basically open open heroes, but okay, we'll take the Xborg. For I'm sorry, I can't read that. I can actually only read the middle word. That's Zhong. I cheated in Chinese classes at school, so I can't. I don't understand. But okay, we got our next bans. It's gonna be RF banning the Gourd first. And Sururan, actually, they still need the mage, so they could RF could ban like maybe the Vexana again, or they could target junglers instead. So open junglers. There's Suju, there is Isun Shin, Leomord still open. So either it's bans or picks. Who else? Who else can be a jungler? And nope. Okay, we got the Pasha ban. Okay, alright, okay. We have the Pasha ban. And then we should follow it up with RF. We could still ban mages. And okay, we got the Zitian ban. And let's follow it up with the final ban for this draft under Sururan. Still, they could target either a support or they could also target a jungler. And it's gonna be Guinevere. Yes, understandable. Guinevere could be the support instead of RF, and that's gonna be a really annoying, a very very annoying support if ever. But alright, we got the Hylos for the tank of RF, tank slash supports. So basically roam. And then after that, Sururan will be answering backwards. Of course, the two final picks. That's gonna be a tank or a support, basically a roam, and also a mage. Lots of open mages still. Vexana's still open. That's one of the that's one of the exactly, that was one of the meta picks, and they will be taking the Vexana, and alongside that the Matilda. We don't have to worry too much about the tankiness. We already have the Arlott and the Akai. But RF, they should finish up their lineup with a jungler. Lots of open junglers. Basha is off the table, however. So we can see maybe a Zuyu or a Isunshin or someone else. A little bit less meta. Got a couple of seconds left to go. Who will do well? I think the tankiness is okay, so their jungler can be squishy if they wanted to. Okay, nice. Leomord was still open, and Leomord will be taken. So I like the lineup, especially of RF from SLFO. I mean, the Granger, nice pick. Leomord, amazing pick. Jushin, Exborg, very very meta. And of course, Sururan, we got the Akai, they had the Akai, they have the Irithyll, the Vixana as well. Those are my favorite picks so far. Those are like some picks that are worth mentioning, of course. So the pool of heroes actually available after this banning phase is it's really nice, but a little bit risky. I'm kind of wondering though if ever there would have been like a Marcel or a Titian pick. It would be so annoying during team fights because the stuns are just so long. It's definitely a little bit different from setting tanks because you don't have to aim whatsoever. It's just like some sort of universal stun or like a bigger AoE stun. But we will be starting off with our match just like that. Our very first match for tonight. It's gonna be Elenan SLFO RF versus Kof Saruran. And we'll be starting off with our map. And well, we're just a couple of seconds into the game. We've got a couple of pokes here and there. It's not gonna be too much of a trouble. I don't see any ganks, and the junglers are just starting off with their jungle, so we're not too worried about this right now. And we'll see it settle in. There's no surprises on the lineups of both teams. So as expected, we have the Arlots and the Exborg on the XP lane. And then we have Irithyll and Granger, the top lane, the gold lane. And then Jushin and Vixana, of course, mid lane. And then we got the Roams, we got Pylos, as well as the Matilda. So there's no surprises whatsoever. There's no strange lineups that I kind of thought, like, in some other lineups sometimes there's a little bit of surprises they want, like in maybe strange picks for the gold lane, strange picks for the junglers. Now it's all just fine. It's all just pretty expected. Okay. They're still just poking, and I'm looking at where the junglers are going, so they're probably gonna end their rotations up top. Meanwhile, the rest of mid lane and the roams are gonna go bots instead. So it looks like the junglers are actually rotating downwards. And SLFO RF, they're gonna go ahead and try to extend a little bit towards the jungle. And we'll go to the turtle really, really quickly. Now it's gonna be a little bit of a dance. In terms of map advantage, it's actually going to be RF's side, but still the first blood will not be happening. It's actually just RF tricking the turtle. Okay, I thought there would be a first blood. They're actually just poking each other, but they're not really committing to any kind of elimination that we're gonna be seeing here. Okay, folks. Oh, somebody almost lost their health though. It's actually quite a bit of health gone. It's okay, it's just the tank for tank. They're just gonna be refilling their HP bar. Oh boy, TZ, you should probably not stay there. Jushin's also there to help out. Oh, nice stat from Boy TZ. Hold on, what was that? And anybody's also nearby, and just in case that they want to commit to this, but I can't read their name. Hold on. But then the X-Borg, yes, they're gonna be backing away. They don't want to overextend, and both teams have already disengaged. Going back to the mid lane, however, okay, there's this 3-4-2 thing situation happening. Levi probably trying to go into the jungle, try to maybe deny jungle creeps. But right now, it's just pokes. It's just pokes. We got like half a minute left to go before the next turtle comes up. And still no clear domination yet. Not even a first blood yet. Okay, somebody just gonna take this little wanderer. And oh, something's kicking up here. Levi is losing a bit of health, but this is a 4-4-4 stack. Disengage again. Both of these teams are playing it safe, actually. I was hoping that we'd see like a team fight, but there's nothing. It's just pokes. Not even the turtle dance has any eliminations. But okay, we got the 4-4-4 stack. Gold laners just minding their own business up top. Okay, we got SLFO RF kind of extending a bit towards the jungle, and there we go. I think we're gonna finally be seeing our very first engagement. Somebody almost lost their health. I mean, rather, anybody almost lost their health, but Slim Body, yes, but going here. And we got anybody following it up. That's 2-for-nothing trade. And not a trade after all, and it's a triple kill from Granger. Alright, that's a nice start off from RF. They actually managed to almost wipe out the 4-man stack of Sururan, and there we go. They're lacking people, and now they're gonna deny that red buff from Metsu, and Metsu sadly walking all the way to the blue buff, taking what they can. There could be a counter invade that could happen just so that Metsu can catch up in terms of the red buff. But alright, you can actually see RF is cutting the lane. Alright, we got Leomord using their ultimate, but it's already a 4-for-1 stack, so it's a little too much just for the poor Arlot, I guess. But yes, nonetheless, nice start from RF. We're starting to see a little bit of a snowball here happening. And okay, we got Koff. They're just gonna be taking down this tower real quick. Seishiro Ray can't really do much in this situation, but we have a backup coming in from SLF. Oh, but oh my goodness, they still took the tower, but they'll be backing away. They'll be disengaging. They don't wanna take this fight. They know that's it's not really that much of a good investment. But okay, we got the Vixana actually falling. It's the second death. That is the second death of anybody. Okay, we got the more poking. Oh, that's a nice stack coming in. A 5-man dive into the tower of Sururan. RF is being a really aggressive as of this moment. They were actually like in the first 5 minutes, I think SLFO RF were kind of just waiting for Sururan to fight back, but once they realized that Sururan's not fighting back, they're gonna be diving within the turret once again, and Metsu will be losing their lives this time. Anybody almost there? Zushin starts reaching, and there we have it. Finally, double kill coming in from the X-Borg. But Sururan, they've reset. Still, surprisingly, RF has a lot of discipline, and they also have a lot of timing in terms of diving into those towers. Look at that, no casualties, 0 to 8, not even an execution from the tower dive. So it's a really good start. The teams, they really know how to tank that damage. But okay, the turtle is still up though. And you can see RF, they have the map control to try to get that turtle in. And okay, we have a 4-5 versus 1 gank. RF is moving like a well-oiled machine. I'm not even joking here. What is this? Gank for gank for gank. Sururan, what they should do is they should stick together because this is what happens, you know. Sometimes when you play ML and your team, they coordinate really well, you're against a 5-man team, then you can expect they communicate really well, and they're probably gonna say, hey, let's go ahead and stack each other. And oh my goodness, hold on, Slim Bunny is actually trying to commit to that, which is strange because that's a Matilda. I don't know if Matilda even has like the damage for that, but okay, we got Leomore trying their best to go for Boyteezy, and Boyteezy uses their flash to no avail. Still, they get taken out. Oh my goodness, no, wait, that's a nice sustain, but here we have Matilda basically jumping into RF, but it's still not gonna be enough. Still no casualties on the side of SLFO. Oh, hold on, in the jungle we got something brewing, but Sururan manages to disengage just in time. And yep, I guess Sururan will be hiding back into their base because they don't have a lot of choices at this moment. All right, we got Copter poking here and there. Oh, we got RF pushing in. Though Boy TC is gonna be losing their life once again. They're just gonna clean up the towers. We got still one inner tower down at the bottom. Got Leomore joining in, getting their ultimate in. They'll be backing away. They don't wanna dive too deep. Don't wanna be too impatient. RF already has the advantage. They don't wanna give away any extra money to Sururan just because they've been impatient. We got the emotes coming about. Mutha's really happy. Here we got the item build. You can see how far Sururan is compared to RF. So it's gonna be quite a long way before they catch up in terms of a gold lead, because that's like an 8k gold deficit on the side of Sururan. But we do have the Lord coming right up. I don't know if RF's interested in that because they're already doing really well in terms of pushing the minions in. But alright, we got the Lord coming in, and Sururan, they have some idea where RF is going. They're like, okay, I think the Lord is their next target, and that's exactly what's going to be happening. Sururan, I thought they would commit to trying to contest the Lord, but they already know it was not going to be something that is sustainable, so they're gonna be backing away and choosing to defend their base instead. So now Sururan, they're just waiting for the minions to come to them rather than to go to the minions. Up top, alright, we got some pokes. Oh, Seishiro Ray actually took a lot of damage back there. So slowly but surely Sururan is actually building up their items nicely. So RF, if they want to have a clean exit from this game, they should probably try to end it as soon as possible. They don't want to give Irithel the items that they need. But then again, the Granger, I'm already kind of like I'm actually pretty confident with the Granger as well, even towards the late game. And we already have the Zushin as well as some sort of insurance for that. Okay, we got the Lord, gonna put a lot of chunk of damage on that mid lane. Hold on, let's look at the what's SLFO doing. Okay, they're gonna be pushing to run all the way back to their fountain, and we got the 5-4-5 stack. Liam Ward's already quite low in health, so there should be one less person, one less firepower in RF. But okay, we got just one casualty so far. Actually, 1-for-1 casualty both sides. But it's still at it. We're still waiting. Leomord using up their ultimate. Still, it's gonna. There's a lot of sustain coming in for both sides of the team, but nothing to finish it off. But oh my goodness, Irithel got a shutdown and a double kill. That's a lot of money. So this is gonna be the start. Actually, it's gonna be the start of the Irithel probably getting a bit of items, but still nonetheless. So Ruren is already way off. They already have a great head start. So it's gonna be hard for Surun to catch up unless they stay really, really patiently. But this is where I'm happy. It's already 3-15 on the scoreboard, which means Surun, at least they're not at zero anymore, and they have a little bit of money. And considering the fact that RF are probably in combos already, they have like triple kills, and they have like basically several kills in a row. That just means there's a bit of more money for the shutdowns. But okay, Boy TZ is gonna be caught up all alone. Surun tried to save them, but instead they probably gonna lose a Slim Body as well. Let's see if that's gonna be a follow-up, and there we have it. We got the double kill. Irithel goes down, so that's their main damage dealer. And anybody as well. It's just Metsu that's left. Where is Metsu? I think Metsu is in the nope, Metsu is also down, so that is a wipeout, and that is it. That is a clean cut victory coming in from RF. Nice start. Sururan, RF, they were poking each other at the early game, and I really thought that they both won't try to go aggressive, but after F kind of got a little bit impatient, and then they were like, why isn't Sururan fighting back? And so they started ganking 5-man stacks, 5-man ganks, and that started off their snowball just a bit, and then RF just continued riding that wave, getting gank after gank after gank, putting a really huge gold deficit against Sururan. And then after that, RF, knowing that they have more items now, they overpowered RF, and rather they overpowered Sururan, and the rest is history. Sururan, however, Sururan, what I noticed is that they played safe a little bit too much, just a little bit too much. So, what Saruran can do next time is maybe get a little bit more aggressive, because RF clearly is taking advantage of the fact that Saruran is playing it safe. But I'm really glad. I'm looking at the Irithel right now. At least Irithel has 4 built items. It's just Irithel is just lacking one more item. That would have been really good. I don't know why Sushin sold all their items. And we got the Sky Piercer for Xborg. And also Seishiro Ray has Sky Piercer. And that's actually really good because I can see that the kills, they have 7 kills, so that's a lot of stacks coming in from this guy. And actually, if you noticed, Seishiro Ray and Star, they both have the same number of they both have the same number of items built. So yeah, basically, I think a little bit more firepower for Seishiro, however, because of the Skypacer plus the stacks. But here we have the MVP of the game. It's going to be the Leomord with a 9-1-7 KDA. And we got the kill participation of 80%. And we have the items. Of course, we got the Queen's wings. Actually, it's a bit of a mix. We can see the endless battle as well. So it's a little bit of a attack, a little more on defense, however. But what I noticed is the Leomord, they spared no expense whatsoever. You can see that Leomord always keeps expending their ultimates. They don't it doesn't really matter them that they're like saving their skills as long as they go very very aggressively. But here's the item timeline. So 3 minutes and 44 seconds into the game, Seashore Ray already has a Sky Piercer, and I'm pretty sure this guy had several kills after that. So the stacks are stacking quite a bit. I don't know if Seishiro Ray already had the Sky Piercer during their triple kill. Was there a triple kill around the start somewhere out there? And then just looking at the rest of the builds, we got the Export. They built the Sky Piercer a little bit later. Of course, the Leomord mostly alternating their um defense and offense items, so we can see their build while they're going ahead and making their rotations around the jungle. And you can see Leomord actually invades the jungle quite a bit. So from up top they go to the jungle, like even like mid game, like not even like a late game kind of a jungle invade. It's actually like early mid game. They're already invading the jungle of Sururan. So that's like kind of aggressiveness that we're seeing from RF. So you can actually see from the first match, from the first game, the behaviors of both teams. RF and Sururan at first they were both playing it safe, and then RF is like trying to encourage. Rather, is encourage the right word? They're trying to maybe poke or um taunt basically Saruran into joining team fights, and then Saruran just kept backing away. RF was being really patient, and then after 5 minutes they were like, you know what, we're gonna start diving towers. And that's exactly what happened, and it paid off. For the longest time there was no eliminations, there was no like there was no kills whatsoever on the side of Sururan. So that was pretty much it. Now RF knows the behavior of Sururan. They're going to do a little bit. They're probably going to go a little bit more aggressive on this next game. So I'm a little bit worried for Sururan, especially since they keep playing it safe, and that's not sustainable at all. So hopefully in this next game, Sururan will go a little bit more aggressive. Maybe they can make their own jungle invades, or maybe they can do their own ganks as well. I don't think I've seen a gang from Sururan, and ganks are very important to tipping the scales on the game. So there you have it. We have our first bans. Let's just keep a watch out for that. We got Marcel ban on RF. Marcel and Glue. And the Surun will be banning the Sushin already. So, pretty universal ban. Perhaps also a respect ban. Then after that, we should see another ban coming in from Surun. Okay. Still picking. Got a couple of seconds left to go, so I think we just need to be patient just a little bit.
Talent.
Okay, we got the Guinevere ban. So we also saw a Guinevere ban in the previous game. I just forgot who banned Guinevere. I'm pretty sure it's still Sorora that banned Guinevere. And Guinevere is quite annoying. We got the dash and the clone as well, which is could mess with the AI, or basically like the auto attack of your hero. And also that ultimate has some of the most annoying stuns of the game. So yeah, it's so understandable to basically ban that Guinevere. But okay, we got RF banning the Kadita once again. I don't know why they don't like Kadita. Kadita is so harmless. But alright, we got Sururan. We're gonna see our next ban. Still lots of universal bans, and we could also have some respect bans. The Granger is still open, by the way. Granger's still open. Akai is still open. Who else is still open? Limord's still open. Surun can have a lot of bans. Alright, they're gonna be banning the Akai instead, despite the fact that Surun actually took the Akai the last time. But okay, let's see what their train of thought is gonna be like. We got RF. They will be getting the Paquito first and foremost. Levi will be taking the Paquito. And Saruran, they should have 2 more picks on their side. Now there's still a lot of open heroes, so they could get the Granger for themselves if ever their marksman would rather get the I think it could be Biogenesis who is going to be their marksman. I'm not sure because I know Metsu is the jungler. Boitizi, I believe, was the XP laner. Exactly. So Biogenesis is going to be their marksman. They're going to be taking the carry for themselves, which is strange because RF isn't even showing a lot of their lineup yet. So we don't know if RF is actually gonna like bring in tanks for their side. But nonetheless, carry is a pretty good unit. It's just that carry is a little bit slow on the field. That's like my observation. But okay, strangely enough, we're gonna see a Wukong on our game. So I'm gonna believe I'm gonna assume the Wukong is going towards the jungle because there's already a Paquito. Hold on, there's a Freya as well. You made me lean back. Hold on, RF. You made me lean back. Hold on. I don't know how to. I don't know how to arrange this. There are 3 potential XP laners in RF, so one of them has to be a jungler. But after that, I don't know where the other one's going. I mean, I guess one of them could go roam as well. Yeah, I'm kind of confused, but okay, let's just shelf that thought for now. Let's just hold that thought for now. And Saruran, okay, they get the Kagura, and of course, a while ago, Mincitar. Mincitar has quite the skill set, especially with the I don't know how do you call that. Like basically, they get their lance and then pull in your hero. It's quite annoying, actually. You don't want to get caught up in that. You don't want to get caught up in their ultimate as well. Okay, we get the Kagura, however, nice mobility on their mage. It definitely offsets the lack of mobility from that carry. But okay, we're in our second phase of the banning as well. We got Eve on the ban of Saruran. RF should answer back. They can ban some supports and a jungler as well. Okay, we got the Basha ban. Saruran could answer back. They could still ban the mage and marksman of RF because that's still not getting picked. Oh my gosh, I said Wukong, right? That's Sun actually. So the character that Sun is based off on is Sun Wukong. That's why I said Wukong. And then I was like, hold on, wrong game. They actually named him Sun in MLBB, so yeah, I'm so sorry about that. I think the in-game they pronounce it Swin. If I'm not mistaken, it's a Korean legend, so Swin? I'm not sure. You know what? I'm just gonna say Sun because that's how people call their name Sun. So I'm not arguing whatsoever. Okay, sure, and they'll be taking the Lemur this time, but RF will be getting the Harley. So we have an assassin jungler for RF. Hold on, so there's a jungler. Where is everyone else going? Or is this a Harley mid lane? No. Mutha has Harley, so
Chivalry is dead, and I will revive
you know what? I'm confused. I'm confused with RF, but at least Clint makes sense. And it goes to Seishiro Ray, who was the Granger the last time. So now Saruran, we're gonna see their very last pick. So right now Saruran is my anchor because their lineup makes sense. Okay, you can clearly see who's going to the gold lane, who's going to the mid lane, who's going to jungle, who's going to XP lane, and now they should lack the roam. So tank / support, either of those, fine. Leomord, Mincitar already tanking. Kagura and carry already lots of damage. Slim Body can take anyone, and Atlas, what a great pick. What a goated pick. RF, is a huge question mark. I don't know where everyone's going. I I think this is a Harley mid laner. I don't know. I don't know which one of these three XP layers will go to the XP lane or the roam or a jungle. I don't know. I will have to see later on what RF has something cooking, and we have actually RF. They're gonna be cooking quite a lot because they already won the first game, so this is pretty much their match point already. So as long as things don't go wrong, as long as they already have a plan, so we don't have to worry about them, and they've already gone really aggressively in the previous game, so we just have to have faith in them. But on the other hand, Ruin, I'm a little bit more confident about their lineup because it still went right.
All troops deployed.
We're gonna have Pokes, Muta will be the mid lane, so that is going to be a Harley mid laner, and it looks like Sun is going to be the roam instead, and Freya will go to the jungle. Okay, the Mord, Freya, they're both starting off, and Paquito, of course, with the XP lane. Boy TZ gonna be going up against Paquito. We got a minute left to go before that next turtle, and you can see RF, I think they might be banking on an invade. Doesn't seem to be the case. Hold on, Freya jumps in, and Paquito's gonna be giving the chase as well, and Metsu's backing away. Metsu, this is what I'm talking about to Ruin. They always play it safe. They disengaged from this. Metsu's like, hold on, I need to get my blue buff. I'm gonna leave you alone. And Freya, they're gonna be behind on their they're gonna be behind in their farm if they keep trying to poke Metsu. And Metsu's like, basically they're in their own world. They're like, I have a mission and I'm gonna go ahead and clear out my jungle. But okay, we got Boy TZ. Actually, they managed to stun Levi, but this is basically our usual scene in the XP lane. They're minding their own business, but of course we got RF peeking in just a little bit. We got the roam just peeking in, making sure everything's fine up top. Okay, we got a little bit of a gank up top, and Boy TZ is in trouble. And at least Boy TZ managed to get away just in time, but they should probably disengage. That's gonna be a 3-for-2 situation up top. We got a 1-for-1 trade, however, and oh my goodness, Metsu pushing in the one player. That's gonna be Sun into their turret, and that's pretty much it. That's a really nice revenge kill that's happening. We're seeing a bit of a bunch of mistakes coming in from RF bots. We got the Freya coming in. Let's see if Freya will try to sustain this situation, and nope, the stun does it. Freya pretty much hesitated back there, and that just gave in. And like Freya has a lot of sustain actually, and the fact that Freya hesitated, that just meant that Freya couldn't like life steal the situation in there. Actually, if Freya's well built, they could have survived a 3 versus 1, but in this case Freya stopped moving. Freya stopped making their auto attacks happen. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Saruran this time around, yes, they do have 4 kills, but SLFO RF has 3 as well. And the Freya and Seshiro Ray, Levi each have a kill for themselves. Turtle's just waiting there, waiting for someone to take them. Freya's already in position. Oh, Boy TZ is gonna go down. It's gonna be Muta who'll be taking that kill. We got Leomord using their ultimate coming right up. Metsu's going away, however, disengaging once again. And Freya takes Slim Body, and anybody takes Levi, however. It's a 1-for-1 trade in that situation. Actually, a 1-for-2 trade. And that's what I'm talking about. Saruran, they always back away just in time. They don't overextend. And of course, we do have Freya taking that turtle for themselves. We got 2 minutes left to go before the next turtle. Boy TZ going back to their lane. Oh my goodness, Boy TZ. I don't know if Boy TZ like expected them to be ganked, and there it is. So we're gonna see that tower dive doing its job, and now they are basically just taking the gold plating up top. I don't know if they'll be able to take down that tower, but here we have it. We got Metsu coming in, trying to gank Seshiro Ray, and Seshiro Ray disengages quite fast. And Sururu, this is a 4-man stack, so they could potentially just tower dive, but they're not gonna overextend once again. Once again, Sururun think they're getting a little bit more predictable. They're not taking risks. They're just backing away really quickly. But Points Easy, hold on. They took the Freya down. So Freya might have overextended just a little bit. And you can tell RF, they've learned from the previous game. They're like, you know what? We can go aggressive and it'll be fine. So I see a glowing wand on the side of Sururan. And oh boy, Teasy's about to go down. But we have Metsu coming in to kind of try to go ahead and save it for as like backup, but it's not gonna be following up really well. The Atlas ultimate actually just took one, so it might be a little bit hard for Sururan. It was a 4-man stack, and still there's only one casualty, and there we have it. Metsu gets taken out by the Freya, and I think Slim Body's gonna be following up, but looks like Freya will be moving goalpost. They saw one, and Sururan disengages once again. 8-7 on the scoreboard. At least there's a huge improvement on Sururan this time, and I think in part that's gonna be because RF is overextending just a little bit. I don't know why Boy TZ does this. Look at this. RF knowingly inside of the tower, 5-man stack, and Boy TZ still goes in. You should probably not do that. That's like 1 to 5 to 4 on the KDA for Boy TZ. You should watch out for your decision making. Actually, this is like in ranked terms. This is actually like probably counted as a feeder already. So Boy TZ, be very, very careful with how you play this out. You don't want to give too much kills to RF, especially since they resetted their value in the game because of the one kill that they saw. But Boy TZ once again almost lost their lives back there. Slim Body coming in from the back end. But of course, that's just the Atlas, so RF won't be expending too much energy on that. We got Metsu, however, backing away once again. Sururan disengaging. And up top, okay, we got a 4 versus 2, potentially. One taken from the Atlas ultimate. It's just gonna be the Paquito. It's gonna be Levi. That's all alone. It's okay. We got the turtle coming right up. Surun, I think they tried to maybe take a team fight. Somebody tried to go for that Atlas possible kill, but no, RF will be taking the next turtle uncontested. And you can see easily RF has already taken the map control for themselves, despite the fact that the scoreboard is actually mostly equal. So we're gonna be going on to our Lord era. Only 2 turtles this time around because RF and Sururan, they were busy with their team fights. And you can see Sururan, they're just going on the defense as of this moment. Waiting for the minions to come to them. Always waiting for the minions to come to them, which is pretty much really good practice. And RF, they're getting a little bit more impatient. You can see how much they try to dive in, knowing that Sururan won't fight back. But okay, Sururan just going on the defensive once again, clearing those minions, defending their tower. And Muta, oh, that's a lot of damage. Boy TZ is about to go down once again. Seishiro Ray takes that kill for themselves. Metsu finds the Harley Muta. And then we got a 4 versus 4. One on both sides. And we got the extent of Freya. And anybody punishes them for that. But that is a 3-4-2 trade as of this moment. I think RF is about to go down. Ooh. Sun goes down next. Seishiro Ray is still alive. Sururan backing away. They could have taken Seishiro, I think, because it's a 4 versus 1 actually. But they chose to heal up inside their fountain once again. And we got Leomord. They almost used up their ultimate for this. Seishiro Ray is playing with their food. Look at that. He's like basically like not even trying to run away anymore. And Sururan still, come on. You have the numbers advantage and they're still not going on the aggressive. Sururan is not taking the risks that we want them to take. And it's basically I'm just gonna say they're paying the price for that, and Levi's just waiting for them to kind of go in and try to take the red buff. And finally, Metsu's gonna be taking this fight, and Levi's about to go down. And this is what happens when Saruran fights back. We have another casualty, and SLFO. Seishiro Ray goes down. They have their one damage dealer coming right up, but coming up third, I think we might be seeing another casualty. But that's just a clone of Sun. So no problem in that case. Okay, the Lord is up. So Ruan might actually be taking this Lord for themselves, but Rhea is nearby. They could contest this, and Dangerously Low and Health would be Slim Body. Let's see if we're gonna be seeing our first casualty. It's gonna be Muta taking the Atlas, but on the other hand, Muta and the Freya will be going down. There's no jungler for SLFO RF, and Surun might be trying for that Lord, but no, it's not actually gonna be the case. Okay. Surun will be backing me once again. Oh, Saishiro Ray takes Metsu. What happened back there? It's a 2 versus 1 actually. So got a little bit overpowered. Metsu didn't really fight back, and RF, I'm not sure if they'll be starting off with the Lord, but Freya did respawn already. You can see Pakito and Saishiro Ray already starting this off. But Sururan, they're gonna be peeking in this time around. Could be a possible contest. Doesn't seem to be the case. And it looks like the Lord will be taking uncontested by RF. Sururan will be choosing to back away inside their base. Not really doing anything against this. Okay, just clearing up the waves. RF already have the advantage, just waiting for the Lord. And Sururan will be backing away to the base, making sure that they don't lose any players in order to defend up against the Lord. You know what? That's pretty much in every single situation. Sururan doesn't want to risk too much. Okay, we got folks here and there from Swin. Seishiro Ray right behind them. We got the Lord marching all the way from the bottom lane. Got the 5-4-5 stack on the mid lane. But Sururan will not be taking this team fight once again. We're not seeing a dive from RF either. Alright. We got RF trying to poke in inside of that base. We got the Leomord ultimate coming right up. Oh! We got the Soon overextending just a little bit inside the base, but that bottom inhibitor turret's already going down, and oh my goodness, the Lord is actually reaching the base. That was not a good look. Turun was a little bit preoccupied back there. Okay, Metsu is gonna be going down for, you're gonna be taking that kill for themselves. That's a 1 casualty so far. There's 2 casualties actually on the side of Turun. They're down by 2 players. And I'm not seeing any casualties on the side of RF. Muta takes 1, and we got all towers down, and I think that base is gonna be going down. Another clean game coming in from Elena and SLFO RF, despite the fact that I was actually kind of like thinking that the lineup for RF, I don't know what was happening during the drafting, but they managed to pull it off. And still, unfortunately, Sururan didn't quite learn from the previous game. I was really hoping that they'd go a little bit more aggressively, but yeah, they did have some more kills actually in 18 to 19 on the scoreboard, but still, despite the fact that they both have pretty much equalized kills, look at the gold lead still from RF. And SRN, I don't know how to like remedy this. I thought it was going to be about the kills, I thought it was going to be about the aggression, but still, SRN, when it mattered the most, it was RF actually that was engaging, that was initiating a lot of the fights. And SRN, they could possibly like if ever in any future tournaments, they would be able to take advantage of getting a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more risk taking. But okay, we got our MVP of the game. It's gonna be Seishiro Ray, 4 to 1 to 3 on the KDA. We got kill participation, however, of only 37%. So that's to be expected, especially really mid game for a gold laner. They'll be minding their own business. But nice Blade of Despair as well as Endless Battle already coming in from this guy. And I'm just gonna take a look at who has the Sky Piercers. Always looking at the Sky Piercer. Seishiro Ray built it about 6 minutes in. Anybody the Kagura built in 8 minutes in. So they were banking on the fact that maybe they could drag this game a little bit longer, but unfortunately, no. It ended about 12 or 13 minutes in. So that was pretty much it for the item timeline. We should see the in-game heat map for where Seishiro Ray is going. So once again, typical behavior of a gold laner. Usually they just mind their own business because they don't have a lot of damage early on into the game. So they have a little bit of I believe some of these jungle invades is actually just helping out their team, and I'm pretty sure Seishore already had pretty decent items here. So at this point, they already have free built items in the Sky Piercer as well. So they're just collecting stacks, and okay, we have an early end for our game as well. So that was pretty much it for the matchup between LNN SLFO RF and as well as Kof Sururan. And RF will be moving forward to the next brackets. And after that, we will have our next matchup later on, which is LN and SLFO, the OG team. I think their main team basically versus LF Kumar. And whoever so wins this next bracket will go up against LNN SLFO RF. And so that's pretty much it for our first match for today. And of course, we have three more brackets to watch out for next after this. But of course, before that happens, we will take a short break. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon in a few minutes.
මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරුගි ගොඩැන්නවාන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු ගොඩැන්නුවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු ගොඩැන්නුවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු ගොඩැන්නුවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු ගොඩැන්නුවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු ගොඩැන්නුවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු ගොඩැන්නුවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරුගේ බොඩැන්නවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරුගේ බොඩැන්නවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරුගේ බොඩැන්නවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරුගේ බොඩැන්නවන්
And we are back once again. This is still Ooredoo Nation Gamers Land Esports Contender Series Season 3. We are still at MLBB and we're still at it's the finals, but we're kind of like in the playoffs of the finals, and we witnessed the first match a while ago, and this time around we're finally on schedule for our second match. It's gonna be the Lenion SLFO going up against LF. Forgot which side of Kumar, actually Kumar, LF Kumar. And then we have our roadmap. Actually, let's just go ahead and confirm that real quick. Yes, it will be Lenion SLFO versus LF Kumar going up against each other. And this time, I think this is the OG main team of SLFO. And then Kumar is going to be going up against them. And whoever wins this next bracket will go up against Lenion SLFO RF. So it would kind of be funny if it was Lenion SLFO that won, because that would be, SLFO versus SLFO under the same banner. So pretty much sure they have maybe the same trainers, the same coaches. I don't know, we'll just have to see later on. But yeah, SLFO is a pretty good team, so whatever they're doing back there, well, they're doing it really well. But there we have it. So we're gonna see our drafting phase, and of course finally we're gonna see pictures of our favorite team players. We got Kumar already banning the Zushin, and then we got Diggy ban on SLFO. And then we should right back to Kumar. One more ban for them. And just kind of waiting up.
Different perspectives expose the
They got a
same
couple of
truth.
seconds left to go. Still a lot of universal bans. Basically, Marcel's one of them. SLFO, they could ban. There's Granger, there's Leomord, there's Isun Shin if they want to ban it. Who else is a universal ban? I don't know. There's actually a lot of choices back here. They can pretty much choose from a huge pool of heroes. Got a couple of seconds left to go, and it looks like we'll have the Baksha ban instead. So basically, we got two supports already out of the table. We have the Diggy and the Marcel out of the game. We got the Shushin ban, so that's one mage down. We have Baksha as well, so one jungler slash XP laner down. And we're back to Kumar. And Kumar will be banning. That's Fredrin, because Fredrin faces there. Okay. That's a Fredrin ban, so that's two potential junglers. SLFO will be answering back with a Hanabi ban. So finally, we're gonna be going on straight to the picking phase. Anything goes. There's still so many open heroes, so Leomord's still open. If they want Granger, it's also open. Who else is open? There's a lot of heroes that are still open, and it looks like Paquito will be their first pick. So pretty safe. It's an XP laner. So they're going to keep the rest of their damage dealers a secret, I suppose. Okay, SLFO will be taking the Granger since it was open. Who else is open? I think Vixana's still open if they want Vixana for the mage. Midnight's Granger, actually. We saw time and time again in the previous tournaments. Midnight's Granger goes legendary. They go triple kill. So you guys should watch out for SLFO's Midnight, because this guy gets MVP several times. Okay, we got the CC for Reaper Mal on SLFO. So they got the next P laner as well as their marksman. But going back to Kumar, they will be taking the Akai jungler. Chessman will be taking that. And then we should supplement this maybe with a roam. That's the safest bet as of this moment. So roam most likely. We got the support or the tank just to hide the rest of their damage healers, but it looks like they'll be taking Gord instead. So Gord, yeah. I forgot about Gord being a little bit more meta, and SLFO going a little bit more classic on the classic side. They are basically using their comfort picks from previous season as well. I mean, the CC I haven't seen in a while. CC used to be pretty meta, but now not so much anymore. Okay, we got Custard taking the Nana. Nana will be used onto the mid lane going up against Gord. And of course the Granger, I'm really excited to see the Granger, because Granger's still meta, thankfully. and puts on a lot of damage. But coming up next, we got the next ban. SLFO will be banning first. Now, if I remember correctly, maybe SLFO, they could take the Isun Shin, so Kumar might ban that. It's possible, but of course, anything goes, anything goes. First ban. We got the Leomord ban because Leomord was still open, so I guess SLFO doesn't want the Leomord. And then Kumar. Actually, SLFO probably didn't need to ban Leomord because the Akai is already there. And also the XP laner, so you know what? They just have the ban in. We got the Harley ban as well, so one less jungler. We got the Minotaur ban. Minotaur, very decent tank, so it's gonna be out of the table as of this moment. Coming up next, we'll finally find our final ban. It's gonna be LF Kumar banning. Still, anything goes. We got roams and junglers to worry about for SLFO. Okay. Couple of seconds left to go. Meanwhile, Kumar still needs their marksman. And the marksman, mid lane, XP lane, or roam. Okay, both sides actually still need their roam. And we got the glue ban as well. Okay, let's go back to SLFO. Let's see what the first pick is going to be.
Sand rises when I give the
It's
word.
gonna be... Oh my goodness, I keep forgetting this guy's name. Hold on, just a little bit. Let me get back to you guys. Let me just get the name of this guy. I keep forgetting. But yeah, pretty well-rounded as of this moment. And Khalid. I should keep forgetting like his name. But yes, Khalid will be going on to Mad's feet. The XP lane alongside Paquito. Also a previous season's meta. And SLFO, they find this pretty comfortable. Like so far, I think the Nana's what's new here. A little bit more meta than usual. And Ranger has been consistently in the meta. Okay, we got the Harith for Kumar. I believe this would be the gold laner instead, so they will be offsetting that marksman instead and giving that Harith. And then we got the Badang to finally finish the lineup of Kumar. That's going to be their roam. And SLFO's jungler will be KazX, and that's going to be the Suyu. So that will be the lineup for both teams. And I'm pretty confident in both of these teams' lineup. All well-rounded. There's enough tankiness. There's enough damage, and so still, both of these teams, I think they both have a pretty good chance of winning this matchup. And so I'm really excited to see this because SLFO, yes, we've seen time and time again. They've done really well in their previous tournaments. But LF Kumar, I've yet to see, and I'm really excited to see if they're going to maybe best SLFO, one of the best teams so far in Maldives, or will they be making a name for themselves in this match? So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is the Esports Contender Series. We are on our last bracket for the first column of our roadmap for this finals. So we are all so excited. And of course, for those of you watching the stream, do make some comment section. Tell us which team you are going to be cheering for. So if you want to cheer for LF Kumar, make some noise. You're gonna cheer for SLFO. Well, they're trying to invade already the jungle of Kumar, and Chessman's backing away knowing that this is gonna be in trouble, and Flipperius is nearby. Gonna be going in for backup, but Mod's feet, they're still going at it. Sees Chessman going back to the red buff, tries to finish off Mad's feet, and there we have it. The first blood Mad's feet is gonna be going down. And SLFO, they lost one in that. But Chessman will also be traded off Mad's feet. And Kaz might be next. Flipperius gonna just finish the job, and there we go. That is a 2 casualty invade for SLFO. It's kind of unfortunate, but it's a good thing that both junglers are actually delayed. So finally going back to our normal programming. We're going back to basically just mind your own business on our lanes once again. But okay, you can see that the roam is actually the Badang is actually just protecting Akai as of this moment. So Flipurious is kind of watching out for Chessman this time, knowing that SLFO has a tendency to go ahead and get those invades in. So after that, everyone's behaving except Suyu is actually taking a few jungle creeps from Kumar, and I think we got a little bit of a stack here. 4 versus 3. Mod's feet is gonna be backing away. I don't think they have a lot of damage yet. I mean, Nana's there, so there's a possibility, but there's a 4-man stack of Kumar there. Okay, Mod's feet took a bit of damage back there. Flipurious expended their wall, and we got the turtles getting started off. Kazex is already starting off with that turtle, and Yasin is gonna try to go ahead and take that turtle, but it would be Lieutenant Christian instead. The Nana will be taking the turtle instead because Kazex might have got a little bit distracted back there, especially since the turtle was about to be contested, but still the turtle went to SLFO, so it wasn't really stolen. It was just that the buff is gonna go towards the Nana instead. But yeah, I think we're just gonna be watching out right now for what our next move is going to be. You can see Khalid, that's Mad's feet. It's actually lurking about where Demurius is, and Demurius knows that things are gonna be happening here. And there we have it. We have a 3 versus 3 on the river, and it looks like we have our first casualty. Almost, actually, Mad's feet got caught up in the ultimate of the Badang, but manages to get away in a sliver of time. So that was a really good save, actually. No casualties this time, but a bit of a lot of HP lost. But still, the important thing is no one went down both sides. 2-2 so far on scoreboard. No clear domination. Slight gold lead on SLFO, about 1k. And now we're just gonna be watching. We got the Granger, we got Midnight, and we got Lieutenant Christian up top. We got Kazex just lurking towards the turtle. We got the 3-man stack on the jungle of Kumar as of this moment. SLFO going in for that invade once again, and the Paquito, the Yasin will be going down. Man will be expending their ultimate, catching no one whatsoever. Flipurious, quite low on health, uses their dash to get away. Oh, we got some stuns coming on. Chessman almost lost their lives. There's a 3-man invade, 4-man invade actually of SLFO, but this time the turtle is in. Chessman gets their red buff, and we got the turtle uncontested, but now she gets caught up in the Nana stun, and oh, nice catch! Nice catch on Mad's feet. That was a nice Badang ultimate combo coming about. But still, the turtle did go on to SLFO. Still 3-4 on the scoreboard. SLFO has a slight advantage. So this moment, that's going to be on the gold lead. Slowly but surely making their gap bigger. Flipurious catches 2 on the wall. That Badang is scary. Chessman uses their ultimate, pushes Reaper Mal into the tower. Reaper Mal takes a lot of damage, gets expended. Lieutenant Christian backing away, the rate too low, and help, but the next casualty is gonna be Demurius and Flipurious, and Midnight's almost losing their lives. But Chessman, I think Chessman might be next, and there we go. Kazex finishes the job. Yasin as well going down. That's 4-8 on the scoreboard. That's 4-for-1 trade. Oh my goodness. That is a wipeout so early on. That's still not even 6 minutes in. That tower dive from Kazex, just finishing the job. Now, SLFO has quite the advantage this time. We're just gonna clear some towers, and you can see Kazex basically trying to take that blue buff, trying to deny that those jungle creeps from Kumar. But alright, we got Demurius getting taken away. And something's happening. We got Mod's feet taking out the gold laner of Kumar. Gold laner needs to be protected because they are the carry that will help the team forward into the late game. But okay, we got 15 seconds left to go before that turtle comes in. The stacks upon the lower part of the map, however. Nice shot once again. Nice set on the Badang. SLFO has to make sure that they don't get caught in that. We got 2 casualties because of that. Kazakhs and Madsweet both get caught up in the ultimate slash combo of Badang, but this time Kumar might be getting the turtle because Kazakhs is still responding, so we don't have the retribution to kind of offset that. And Reaper, is that going to be a save? Nope, the Marias will be taking that turret for themselves. And SLFO finally respawned. Okay, we got a 5-4-5 man team fight up in the river. We got Chessman going down, Reaper now actually getting traded off actually. But SLFO, yes, they're going to be backing away really quickly. They're not going to be diving this time around. Oh, nice damage coming in from Midnight. Matsweet, however, gets Flipurious. And now Jay gets the trade off. 1-for-1 trade back there, but we're still not over yet. Yaskin's going to be going down by the hands of Kazakhs. And then we're just going to clear out the waves really, really quickly. Lord is going to be coming right up in 1.5 minutes. And Chessman and Kazakhs, they're going to be going back to their jungles. They're just going to farm really, really quickly. Midnight's going back to the gold lane. And actually, Demurius is all the way at the bottom, getting some jungle creeps in. Trying to find a way to basically farm in one way or another. Oh, I thought SLFO might go ahead and give that tower dive, but they'll be going through the jungle instead. Invade once again. Red buff is up for the taking on the side of LF Kumar, and Kazakhs is waiting for Chessman. Vlapurius actually pushing them away. Chessman manages to get in, but that is a 4-for-1 stack. The Murias almost lost their life back there, but Kazakhs gonna be finishing the job just like that. Okay. SLFO actually, it's not over just yet. They're lurking into the jungle, going into in between turrets, the bottom lane. And they could clear out the waves, but they already have a little bit of an advantage. Oh, nice hit from the Nano, however. The Badang almost got them again, almost comboed them again. Oh my goodness, the Badang is scary. But alright, let's speak out just a little bit. There was a little bit of a tower dive, but SLFO was going to be backing away. They did the risk assessment and they knew they wouldn't be able to finish the job if they dived into the inhibitor turrets. Just way too much overextension. But okay. Lieutenant Cuthard was right there. He had to expend. That flash almost got caught up. It's a good thing they had an escape plan. Alright, we got the mid lane turret going right down. Kazakhs takes that turret for themselves. Blue buff is up for the taking. You can expect SLFO. They're not gonna be letting that blue buff go to Kumar. But alright, we got the Badang ultimate once again. Kazakhs almost lost their lives. Actually, they lost half of their health. And then blue buff going up to SLFO. Oh, Chessman's in trouble. That is a 5-for-1 stack. Midnight quite low on health, but they are positioning really well at the back end. A nice ultimate coming right up, and Chessman's gonna be going down still. No other casualty, however. Everyone else from Kumar backed away, disengaged, and that just gives SLFO time to take this first lord. Midnight can we go right ahead to make sure they have enough damage for that. So, uncontested whatsoever. Kumar, the rest of Kumar at the mid lane trying to defend their turret instead, because that's pretty much what they can control as of this moment. Map control, fortunately, going on to the side of SLFO, so Kumar, they'll have to work extra hard to try to offset this. Now, Chessman once again denied that red buff. But Chessman, never mind. Chessman will be taking that red buff, but they had to expend their ultimate for that. Otherwise, 5-man stack SLFO towards the red buff area of Kumar. And now they're lurking. They're lurking between the mid lane and the bottom lane inhibitor turrets. Just pushing, making sure that the minions are pushing in, but Flupurius gets caught up by that damage coming in from SLFO. Oh, Kazakhs jumps in. Don't know if they have the dash, however, but okay, let me just take a look. Manages to get away. One tower down once again. The Lord is going to be going right down at the bottom lane. They're gonna be putting a lot of chunk of damage onto that bottom lane, and that inhibitor turret is down. Midnight gonna be destroying that tower, but that just gives us a chance to go inside the base. Kumar is trying to back away really quickly. Look at them being forced into the fountain, but this just gives SLFO a slight disadvantage. But still, nonetheless, what a fast game. What a nice lock in to that base. You could see SLFO, they didn't even care about getting those eliminations. They just wanted this to end. 8-18 on the scoreboard, on the final scoreboard. 11-minute game. Let's look at the Sky Piercers. Now, Jade, the Gourd has Sky Piercer. That's the first item. Midnight, however, stacks upon stacks. We got 3 kills and 7 assists, so that's a really nice stack on this guy. Other than that, I'm not seeing any other Sky Piercer. There are a couple of full built items, mostly about 4 build items on SLFO, 3 or 4 build items. And on the other hand, Kumar struggling just a little bit in terms of itemization. So I'm not seeing a lot of offensive items actually on Kumar. We got the glowing wand and the sky piercer for the gourd, so I don't know if that just translates to a lot of damage. Yasin, however, has the anti heal. They have the scythe and a little bit of a tankiness. Some defense items. We got the Suyu, that's Kazakh. He's gonna be the MVP of the game. Of course, very aggressive jungler from the side of Lenion SLFO. But we got the KDA of 92 to 5, kill participation of 78%, of course. So really nice equipment. We got the Malefic Roar, we got the Queen's Wings, and of course a bit of a defense items. Okay, let's look at the item timeline really, really quickly. So lots of boots coming right about, but at the 4th minute we're actually starting to see Kazakh and Midnight have their first fully built item, and then followed up with their boots. And for the side of Kumar, it takes a little bit longer, about the 5 minute mark. Yasin actually the first one with the offensive item alongside the genius one that I saw. But okay, we got the Kazakhs rotations. Of course, we did see the invade at the first part. Then they go back and try to get their own jungle rotations in. Always invading actually. Look at that. Lots of invades, lots of overextensions, and it paid off actually. It paid up into a really nice early end to the game. So that's like an 11-minute game. But no, Kumar, at least they're a little bit more aggressive. They definitely fight back. But once they kind of got the idea that Ellen and SLFO starting to get the upper hand in the matchup, they start backing away and going on the defensive. But Ellen and SLFO did not let up. They still kept pushing Kumar to their limits until finally the base went down. A really nice end to the game on the first Lord wave. So congratulations. That is 1 point going on to SLFO. And of course, we have one more match for SLFO to prove themselves worthy of stepping forward to the next bracket. And some match point coming up right next. But if Kumar wins this next round, we will be pushed on to a match number 3. But before that happens, of course, we'll be waiting up for the setup of our next match. We're going straight to match number 2, and hopefully let's see Kumar with a slight bit more improvement. So like at the start actually, in terms of kills, in terms of the scoreboard, it was a little bit equal. And then slowly but surely, despite the equalization of kills, the gold lead still went to SLFO consistently. So I think it was about the farming and also the denial of creeps from beside, like against Kumar getting denied the goal that they need. So it really stacks up. It starts stacking up. It starts snowballing, and then with the ganks, alongside with the ganks, with the 5-man stacks of SLFO, going putting a lot of pressure on Kumar. That just basically elevated it and snowballed into the early game win that we saw a while ago. And alongside the map control as well, really nice map control, shaving down all of those turrets one after the other. It just sets up the game, sets up the board in favor of SLFO. But of course, let's just set up the game really, really quickly. But I think Kumar, they still have potential. I really liked their lineup a while ago, so it was actually well rounded. It's just that I'm really looking out for the execution. The Badang, which is Floporius, actually did so well. If you look back on the stream, there were multiple times SLFO was actually in trouble because that Padang ultimate took like what, one, two, or three players from SLFO. So if
Different
Floporius
perspectives expose the
just
same
set
truth.
like that a lot, then actually SLFO would like the reason why SLFO has like a couple of deaths, it's probably mostly because of Floporius. Actually, the really nice set coming in from Floporius. So if I were SLFO, I would ban actually the Badam because that was Kumar's stronghold actually. Like if like in my opinion, Floporius was their strongest player, their Rome is their strongest player. But nonetheless, we'll go back to our banning phase because we got the Diggy, Baksha, and the Hanabi ban on SLFO. Kumar will be banning the Harley, Marcel, and Jushin. So they're all fired up. They're banning quite fast actually. But this time around, we got the pick. So they could get the Granger since it's still open. But nope, they're gonna get the Ruby first. Reaper Mal will be taking the Ruby for themselves. Coming up next, Kumar. Lots of open heroes still. So Lemord is still open if they want it. Makai is still open, of course. Who else is still open? There's a lot of meta heroes that are still open. Vixana is still open. Who else? Granger once again still open.
Alright, got 'em lined up in
Hanabi's
my
out. Okay, we got the Kimmy. I'm gonna assume mid lane because that's on Nauji. Nauji Pasep has the Kimmy. In the next pick. Let's see what the next pick is, and it's gonna be
Come and join my dream world.
Terizla. That's gonna be Terizla. Let me just confirm that. Yep, that's Terizla. I haven't seen Terizla in a while, but I think Terizla has one of the best sustains in the game. If you see Terizla on a very low health, you're in trouble. You better make sure you can finish off the job because if Terizla manages to get their hit before you manage to kill them, then well, you're in trouble. The sustain is insane on that unit. But okay, we got SLFO following up with the Arlot as well as the Lunox. So mid laner and XP laner, and since this is Reaper, hold on. Mod doesn't have the Ruby, so the Ruby should have the XP later. Midnight's maybe Midnight's not gonna go on gold lane this time around. Let's just look later on. Let's just see later on. But Floporius this time will have the Atlas. Okay, that's interesting because Badang did so well. So I'm excited to see what the Atlas can do as well because the AoE of that ultimate is maybe a little bit more has a little bit more freedom than the Badang ultimate, the Badang combo. So that's what I'm excited to see later on. Okay, we got the Isunshin going on to Kumar this time around.
Everything in the wind.
And Kazakhs will be taking the Ling jungler, and then we have the Joy from Mad's feet. So Joy is probably gonna go to the. Hold on,
May the blood of my
I'm
enemies
squinting
flow
right now.
through
I'm
my
not sure what
spears.
SLFO's lineup is gonna be. You know what? Let's just look later on. Because I was already from the start. I was already confused as to the midnight taking the Arlot. So I was like, you know what? Maybe Arlot will be going on to the XP lane, and Reaper Mall will be the room for this time around. But now I'm confused with the Joy and the Ling. Maybe Joy will go to the gold lane, who knows. But okay, we got the Mincetar to finish the job. Isan Shin, really nice pick for the jungler as well. So I'm really excited for this. I think the jungler or gold lane didn't quite catch the rest of Kumar. I'm sorry, my memory is horrible. But I'm a little bit questioning the not really questioning in a bad way. I'm like curious actually. Okay, curious is a better word about the lineup of both teams, especially SLFO, because I'm not actually quite sure who's going to the gold lane. Maybe it's gonna be an Arlot or maybe a Joy gold laner. Who knows? We'll have to see later on. And of course, Kumar, we have a little bit of a clearer hierarchy this time. So Chessman, of course, they'll have the Isanshin gold laner instead, if I'm not mistaken. No, hold on. Chessman is still the jungler, so we will be seeing a Kimmy still in the mid lane. Hold on, who's the gold laner? Both teams actually. You know what? Never mind. I'm really confused now. So we have XP laners on both lanes. So this is going to be an early game bet actually. Oh my goodness, we already have we already have a gank. Yasin Kumar manages to get away just in time. Naoji coming in with a lot of damage from that Kimmy. 3-man stack both sides. SLFO disengages after Joy took a lot of damage back there, but the Ling is nearby, just making sure they already have the second skill to go around the map. Okay, that was actually quite nerve-wracking. I was still wondering what the lineup was looking like. So, for sure, the Ruby and the hold on, never mind. The turtle is up top, so the Ruby and the Mincetar are on the gold lane. And hold on, I think Kumar is poking here, and they're putting a lot of slow on Lieutenant Custard, but oh my goodness, that is too much. That is too much overextend on Mad's feet, and Mad's feet will be going right down. First casualty of our game as a Lafo, unfortunately giving the first blood going to Kumar, and that's a slight gold advantage on their part, but still nonetheless the farm actually goes to SLFO still by maybe a few hundred gold, but still the farming going on to the side of SLFO, it's quite a good start. So Kazakhs, they'll be eyeing that turtle really quickly. And Kumar, I don't think they're positioning themselves yet. Okay, Chessman's there alongside 3 others of their whole team. And Ling, actually, they have a lot of opportunity to try to basically contest this. But, oh no, the Ling already expended their ultimate to try to get away from that gank. But okay, we got Chessman taking the first. Oh, nice set coming in from the Ruby. Hold on, Yasi is about to go down. Flavorius is next. Oh, that's a 2-man down on the side of Kumar. But Custard's it's overextending just a little bit. I don't know if Custard had the ultimate to try to get away and disengage from that situation. Naja almost lost her life, however. So I think that was like a little bit of a greed bait. But okay, we got Kazakhs coming in, trying to steal this creep. Just trying to deny a little bit of jungle from the side of Kumar. We got a little bit of an invade, just pokes. But after that, not much follow-up after that. SLFO, Kazakhs trying to invade the jungle once again, denying those creeps from Chessman. And that's giving a lot of disadvantage on Kumar. That's the reason why actually SLFO is always on that gold lead, always denying creeps and gold from Kumar. But here Flavorius continues on with their poking and poking, but Mod's Feet's trying to invade that blue buff, but Madface manages to get it away just in time. But we do have a turtle about to spawn and half a minute left to go. Okay. We're taking position mostly at the bottom part of the river already. Now, we don't have to worry too much about where Kazakhs is because Ling has a really nice mobility, but Mod's feet, okay, going down, but Lieutenant Cursor manages to get away just in time. Midnight, however, oh no, Midnight is in trouble. Midnight is in trouble, and that's a nice set coming in from Kumar. Okay. Kind of keep forgetting sometimes that SLFO is blue this time. Okay, let's just take a look at what's gonna be happening on the turtle this time around. Mod's feet and Reaper, they're positioned there, but they don't have retribution. So Demurius is sneaking into that bush. Demurius tries to save them. Demurius manages to basically flash away just in time. Kazakhs, however, dives into the tower. Flipperius might be next. Okay. Manages to dodge just in time. Naoji coming in. Trying to join in the fray. Chessman's also joining in. Reaper gets hit by Chessman's one last auto attack, and that makes the difference. Custard's following right up. Naji taking that kill for themselves. Man, 4-7 on the scoreboard. Kumar actually has the advantage this time, but that is almost a 1k gold lead this time. No, actually, the gold lead just equalized. Kazakh stays the turtle, steals it, manages to get away with a bit of help, but Yasin Kumar, unfortunately, put more damage just in time. Kazakh's laugh react, however, nonetheless, and Flipperius gets caught up in that Ruby stuns. That's one kill on the side of SLFO. 5-8 so far on the scoreboard. At least SLFO managed to steal that turtle. Kazakhs was so happy. You guys saw. Okay. We're just watching out. And quickly, Mod's feet. Oh, gets caught up in it. That's a lot of damage coming in from Jasmine. Gives a chase. Mod's feet goes down. Oof, so stressful. Jasmine getting a little bit more sharper this time. So I think the Isan Shin goes better than the Akai for Chessman. I think should have been that from a previous game. Chessman could have gotten like a really nice potential. And of course the Badang, I was a really huge fan of the Badang, but the Atlas, yes, we've yet to see SLFO stacking, so let's just see what Flipperius can do later on. Here we have the item build. Not much items just yet. We got a couple of full items on both sides. Actually, I can see Genius 1, I can see Corrosion Scythe. No, we have one Sky Piercer. It's gonna go to Lieutenant Custard actually, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the only Sky Piercer I can see. We got a 5-man stack, actually a 4 versus 5 stack on the mid lane river. And Kazakhs can just mobilize anytime they want. Turista spots him. The minions are slowly but surely hitting that top lane tower of Kumar, so that's a lot of damage being done until the minions caught up to that. Got the turtle. It's about to come right up, and Chessman's already right in front of it. Once again, Kazakhs with that Ling. We don't have to worry too much about rotations, but here the Maria is going to be the first casualty here. Midnight taking that kill. Reaper Malhaver gets traded off. See if there's going to be a third mod. Speed is a double kill on Chessman. Chessman doing really well so far in this game, but Kazakh's about to lose their lives, and Yasin takes that kill once again. But this time, Kazakhs is down. SLFO can't steal that turtle anymore, and I think we have another casualty. Midnight's going to be going down. Yasin takes that kill for themselves. Ooh, not looking good for SLFO this time. But at least the gold lead isn't too big on the disadvantage of SLFO. This time, it's Chessman actually that's taking the spotlight. A while ago, I was looking at Flipperius. This time, it's Chessman with a really decent amount of damage from that one player. So, both teams actually can't draw this out for too long. Chessman, yes, has a potential for a late game as well as Naoji. Not too confident on the Kimiaver, but oh my goodness, what's happening here? Matspeed loses their life once again. Chessman on the monster kill already, and Ruby might be in trouble. Ruby got caught up on a 3-man stack. That's a nice set coming in from Flipperius. They expended one ultimate just for Reaper Mal, and Reaper Mal says goodbye. Link, Kazakhs, however, making sure that the map control still goes on to the favor of SLFO. Let's just take a look at the towers actually. 2-for-2 on the towers. Despite the fact that SLFO is a little bit behind in terms of everything else. In terms of gold, in terms of kills. They're not too far off still on the gold lead, the gold deficit rather, up against Kumar. And definitely the towers are on the favor of SLFO, especially since the up top, there's very little health left on that tower. So Kumar should probably look at the objectives really quickly. They don't want to get backdoored once a lot of the minions manages to get down. I think the top tower is about to go down. Nope, Mincetar saves that. But here in the blue buff, I think something's gonna be brewing here. Kumar tries to get in stack. And that's a nice set coming in from the Atlas. There's a first casualty. There's a second casualty. Rather, there's only one casualty. Mad's feet. It's gonna be going down in that situation. But there's a chase coming about. Kazakh. Chessman's trying to get that kill, secure that kill, but Kazakh's just a little bit faster. That's a Ling we're talking about. It's really hard to pin down a Ling. And I think... There we go. We got Chessman actually manages to get that Kazakhs. I think Kazakhs tried to position themselves to try to steal that lord, but now they have absolutely no chance whatsoever. There's no retribution. There's no link to go around the map just to get that mobility in. So LFO going on the defense this time around. Okay, Tumurius jumps in, manages to almost get Lieutenant Custer, but Lieutenant Custer had the ultimate to try to escape that. Midnight, however, coming in. Oh, nice set from Ruby, however, but that stun isn't gonna be enough. There's not enough damage on the side of SLFO. They already lost Midnight, so they didn't have a lot of damage. But still, we got Kazakhs coming in. Chessman manages to get away just in time, and that's a nice chase. That's a nice shutdown. That's 440 gold going on to Kazakhs because of that. If I remember correctly, Chessman was on the monster kill, so that shutdown was costing quite a lot. But a lot of points. That's like a ×2 in terms of kill gold for Kazakhs. So that's gonna help out quite a lot in terms of itemization. Oh, we got a lot of damage being done on our towers. In the blue buff, we have Kumar trying to contest that. Mod's feet, however, trying to save that. But Kazakhs, they're gonna be choosing not to engage really quickly. And Terizla versus that Ling. I don't know who's gonna win this, but we have backup coming in from SLFO. Yasin, however, manages to get away just in time. This is what I'm talking about with Terizla. You have to finish the job immediately, and Kazakh's gonna be going down once again. Kazakh is just a slightly bit too squishy for my liking. And Reaper, come on, Reaper, you gotta get away from this. Chessman's already almost down. Naji putting a lot of damage up against Reaper, and that sustain couldn't quite do the job, especially since you're dealing with 2 marksmen in that situation. But Kumar this time around, they have more towers than SLFO. SLFO finally being pushed back into a corner, pushed back into their base. Only one more tower outside of their inhibitor turrets. Okay. They can clear out the minion waves in the mid lane. Just a bit. Okay. Send Custard, clearing that out. They're gonna be conceding that top lane tower. They just don't have enough and they don't want to take that risk, especially since they have to go on the defense. I think it would have been really nice if SLFO had more long-ranged heroes. Right now they're mostly banking on Custard. Everyone else is a melee player, so it might be a little bit hard. Actually, no, Mad's feet is a bit of a long range as well. And the Ruby ultimate almost took a bit of Kumar, but it's really not the same as how nice the skill set is for a Atlas. And speaking of Atlas, yes, we have the first casualty. Mad's feet and Midnight, however, got traded up. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Not too much of a trade. It's a 3-man domination. SLFO lost 3 players. Kazakhs are still out there. We got Reaper Mal as well, clearing up the waves. It's all that they can do as of this moment. Easily, we're gonna see Kumar taking the second Lord for themselves. They're drawing out the game, however, 13 minutes in. But I'm not too confident. SLFO has mostly early game heroes. So, Kazakhs tried to steal the Lord, gets expanded instead, gets the punishment. And all that's up for SLFO is to try to defend this situation. Okay, we got Midnight trying to come in and try to get 1 kill up against Kumar, but once again the gold lead, this just means that Kumar has an advantage in terms of both levels as well as itemization, so they don't have the damage to go up against Kumar. They should probably get the risk assessment and stay within. Okay, Matsweet jumps in once again, and I'm not really confident with this time. Mudspeed about to go down, and they get caught up in the 5-man stack. Oh, mistake after mistake after mistake on SLFO. I think the mistakes actually started on the drafting, and this is really a little bit stressful here. So yeah, there's a lot of things SLFO can actually learn from this game. They should put a late game hero first and foremost from the start on their draft, and also once they have the gold deficit, they should back away and stop going into team fights. That's one thing that they could work on as well. So it's a 1-for-1 on this best of three. So Kumar, yes, congratulations once again. 30 kills versus the 12 of SLFO. Just look at the itemization, 14 minutes and almost 15 minutes. And mostly, I can see a lot of them mostly have like 5 built items on the side of Kumar. But on the other hand, yes, let's look at the timeline. It's a lot of nice itemization. Divine Glaive on Lieutenant Kirsten Nauji. We got the Holy Crystal already on Mod's feet. But that's actually their second item. Their second full item other than their boots. So that's why Mad's feet took a while to try to get that damage in. Because they tried to get Holy Crystal, which is mostly like a late game item. And we have the glowing one, of course. Naoji started that off, but it was, I believe, Lieutenant Custard's third item. So it really helped out with Tirizla getting that sustain in. So if you see a Tirizla, best bet is to go ahead and get your anti-heals as much as possible. And you can see Tirizla already countered that anti-heal with the Oracle either way. So a lot of them should go ahead and get those anti-heals as much as possible. But here we have our MVPs Nauji, the mid laner, the Kimmy of Kumar. We got already Blood Wings, so this guy is basically deep into the late game. Of course, we got the Glowing Wand, the Divine Glaive, and of course the auto attack sort of situation. And yes, let's go ahead and look at the in-game heat map. Mostly confined to the mid lane, a little bit of help going towards the side lanes. So not so much of a heavy mage rotation. And then towards mid game, they go around the map trying to help out wherever they can. And of course, you can see slowly but surely Kumar got the map control towards the end, and that's just seen in the patterns of Naoji Pasep's movements all around the map. So yes, congratulations once again to Kumar for getting this second game. We are gonna be moving on to the third game really quickly. So we're forced into a game number 3 of this best of 3. Whoever so wins this next game, that is the decider game, will be moving forward to go up against LNN SLFO RF later on tomorrow. I believe tomorrow's the schedule for that. So that's it. Pressure is on for both teams. Pressure is on for both teams. Now, nice things to think about actually. Flippurious did so well on the first map with the Badang. And of course, they did quite well as Atlas as well on the second game. Chessman, I think, does a little bit better as Isan Shin as compared to Akai. Now, Kazex does well as Ling, does well as Suyo as well, but just overextends quite a bit. It worked out the overextending, the greediness. It worked out in Elena and SLFO's favor in the first game, just not so much on the second game, especially once Chessman started shining quite a bit. And I think the first few casualties on the first ganks on SLFO side, I think that just tipped the favor just a little bit to Kumar instead. So with that, I'm sure both teams already know their strengths and weaknesses from the first 2 games, and this is a really nice matchup. And I am hoping SLFO will get some more late game players in this draft. I think that's what made the difference in the previous in match number 2. I think the draft is actually a little bit weak if they didn't end the game as soon as possible. Because slowly but surely, once Kumar had their itemization and they basically had the advantage because they had Isojin and Kimi, which benefits from itemization a lot. On the other hand, SLFO had to rely on the Joy as well as the Lunox so there's not enough damage. And definitely towards the end of the game, towards the late game, they were starting to lose damage. They were barely putting a dent on the HP on Kumar. But this time, finally, we're seeing Midnight going on the encore with their Granger. And then Isun Shin, encore with Chessman. Once again, we got Madsfeed taking the Sora this time around. Okay, going back to Kumar, still a lot of open heroes on the table. Flipperius should probably get the Badang. It would be really nice. It would be really nice. Yasin takes the Paquito. One more pick. One more pick. Could be anything. Anywhere goes. Gord is still open if they want it. Vexana is still open if they want it. And so far, I'm really liking the Isun Shin and the Granger pick. Now, these are both strong, like the strong points of both Midnight and Chessman. So, matching them up together, it makes me curious. It really makes me curious. Now, I really want to see what this matchup is going to look like. This time around, Flipperius will be getting the Khalid, which is a little bit concerning because in terms of setting,
I've been waiting for too long.
basically stunning. Flipperius is Khalid. Khalid, I think the skill set isn't really favoring that. So I was hoping a little bit more of a tank support sort of situation. But okay, maybe they have a plan. Maybe Flipperius has a plan. And after that, Kazakhs will be getting the Fredrin. So no same hero for Kazakhs. We saw how they performed with the Ling. We saw how they performed with the Suyu, and now it's a Fredrin this time around. We're gonna be going back to our bans. We're gonna see a carry ban from SLFO, so I think they're gonna be banking on a little bit more tankiness later on. And then, of course, the SC's ban from Kumar. I don't know why they would ban that, because SLFO, I don't think they'll be taking an SC's, especially since they already have Mad's feet on the Sora. Okay, Valir ban, SLFO. I think they're cooking up with a tank, maybe, but Mad's feet already has Sora, so I don't know if they'll try to take Menchor's already out of the game, so I was like wondering, like, this setup for the ban, it sounds like a Tigreal / Atlas setup, but I don't think they're gonna be getting another support. Okay, we got the Valentina ban for Kumar as well. So first pick, SLFO. Either Lieutenant Christian or Reaper Mile will be getting this next pick. Midnight already putting a lot of damage for SLFO, so Chessman also lots of damage for Kumar. But we both need mid laners for both sides. Okay, now we're just waiting.
True love is
It's
like
still
blood.
open. Vixarna's still open. Okay, we got the Carmilla. So Mod's feet will be going on to the XP lane. Carmilla will be the roam. There's already a lot of tankiness, which means yes, Jenna Custard might be a squishy glass cannon mage. That'll be happening later on. Kumar, last two picks. We still need a mage. We still need believe we still need a carry, so a gold laner. So anything goes. We still have so many open nice choices. Vixana still open. You can choose Erythel as well. Beatrix. Okay, there we go. The Beatrix. But the Marias will be taking the Beatrix. Naoji
Bound by heaven's mandate.
could take the Vixana. Okay, no, that is a good choice. Okay, that's a good choice. Noji Pasep. We'll take Titian. And we have a Carmilla Sicilian combo, so they will have an extra skill. So this is gonna be really nice. Lieutenant Custard can obviously use the distance, and then Carmilla can go a little bit more aggressive than usual. And once Carmilla needs to be pulled back, at least Sicilian is right behind them to save her. So really nice setup, really nice combo. The Sicilian Carmilla, I think I'm pretty sure I've seen this before under SLFO. So they have been longtime teammates, so the chemistry should be there, so they can pull off this combo really, really nicely. But yes, I'm so excited for this lineup. Actually, Chessman finally using their Isun Shin, and then we have Midnight going back onto their very old reliable Grangers. So then we have the Sicilian and the Carmilla combo. Sicilian on Lieutenant Custard, Reaper Mal taking that Carmilla as well. Of course, we have the Sora, a little bit of a new addition to the lineup of heroes in MLBB once again. So here we have it, the decider match for LF Kumar versus LNN SLFO. Whoever so wins this game will be moving forward to the next bracket. Both teams pretty decent, and now all that's left is to see which team is just slightly better than the other. I like Naoji's pick actually. That's Tian, so it's just gonna be a little bit annoying on the side of SLFO. And okay, Yasin, I think we're about to see our first blood. Hold on. Okay, where did Yasin go actually? I really thought Yasin would have been taken there, but the flash saved them. We're just clearing out lanes. Marksmen are minding their own business up top. That's usually for marksmen, you know? They have to get as much gold as possible, but Midnight should probably back away. Flipperius almost takes Midnight, but Midnight will be trying to fight back, especially since there's of SLFO going in for a backup, and Naji manages to flash away just in time, and they gotta be healing up. Lieutenant Cursor gonna put the stacks on Kumar. So no casualty from this attempted gank. Kumar versus SLFO at first, but SLFO goes in with the backup. Midnight's could go on the aggressive, but yeah, nonetheless, that's it for first gank. Unsuccessful on both sides. Naji, however, almost loses their lives. Superior's there to try to help out their teammates. Reaper Mal, I think we can go in and try to get on the aggressive, and Flipporius will be taken out of the equation. That is finally our first casualty. Zooming us into the game, we have the turtle to worry about. Kazakh's gonna be starting off with that really quickly. They're just poking it actually, and now we have a gank. Anyways, they have a gank instead, and Yasin unfortunately will be saying goodbye. We have our second casualty in the game. I think are gonna have our third really quickly. Okay. Gonna be Flipperius once again, but the rest of the teams, Jasmine is also right behind them, and also Lauji. We have the turtle in hand. Kazakh takes that easily. We have a little bit of an invade poking in to try to get some creeps off the jungle of Kumar, trying to deny those gold. Jasmine's about to get in trouble. They try to go to the bush, which is the wrong move to make, especially since SLFO will be overextending just a little bit. They're diving inside the tower. Custard might be taking a lot of damage from there. Now G finally gets finished off. Man's Feet gets away just in time with enough health. Wow, 0-6 on the scoreboard right now. So this is what I'm talking about. Finally, Midnight getting that Ranger. But of course, Ranger is still minding their own business up top. But this 4-man stack towards the bottom, I think the Custard and Reaper combo with the Carmilla and Sicilian makes them have a little bit more aggression, a little bit more leeway to get more aggression. Of course, Kazakhs with the Fredrin, a little bit tankier than the Ling. Very much better for the playstyle, considering the fact that Kazakhs is a little bit more aggressive. So, Fredrin's tankiness can help out quite a bit more than Link's mobility. Just for the playstyle of Kazakhs, actually, there's nothing wrong with the Ling, of course. But here we have Mad's Feet, poking, watching out. Okay, Furious, a little bit of pokes here and there. But of course, the tanks won't be going up against each other. If you're a tank player, you would know. If you run into the tank of the other team, you just look at each other like, we know nothing will happen. But okay, hold on. We got a little bit of a set situation happening. The Custer does get one, but Chessman follows up as well. That is a 2 casualty gank all of a sudden. That's a really nice set coming in from that Sicilian second skill. And SLFO followed through immediately, actually. That was a really nice reaction time. But okay, we got the second turtle coming right up, and I think Kazakhs will be trying to get this kill first before anything else. Kazakhs losing a bit of health back there. They're going to be backing away just in time. Now G right there. side of that bush. Finally gets caught up by Matt's feet, but Kumar backs away, hugs the turret. Matt's feet overextends just a little bit while Kazax takes this blue buff. But here, Naji finally getting expended as well. Flipper is quite low on health. So we still got the turtle, but SLFO would rather tower dive instead, trying to get those kills. And 0-10 on the scoreboard still. No kills from Kumar. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is the SLFO that I know. Definitely SLFO that I know. These are some really strong picks as well on their lineup. But okay, we got the Fredrin going in with the turtle. We got the 4-man stack in the middle versus 3 on Kumar. We're just pokes here and there. Reaper trying to get that push in. And of course, we know that Carmilla could be saved by Lieutenant Custer. They know they can overextend just a little bit more than usual. But all the while that mess was happening, Kazakhs quietly took that turtle for themselves. We got a minute and a half left to go before the next turtle. Chessman comes in, dashes away. Don't want to get caught up by that second skill of Camilla. Now we're just cleaning up waves. Kazakhs right at the bottom, making sure that they just push the turrets just a little bit. Oh, Custard gets taken out. Hold on, Madsweet might be next. Yasin just poking here and there. Okay. And Fredrin tries to come in, but I think they'll be taking the red buff instead. Yasin almost low in health. Oh, I almost thought there would be a little bit of a casualty there, but he managed to disengage just in time. Reaper Mal, however, trying to see if they can find one. Oh, Kazakhs! I mean, rather, it's Demurius. Gonna be taken out of the equation. Thought Midnight overextended just a little bit, but no. They overextended just enough. But Yasin might be coming up next. They're backing away. Midnight turned the tides around on that guy. Hold on. Midnight was very low on health, but they still didn't back away. They know the limits of their Granger. That's or they're taking the risk. But still, here we have it. We have the mid lane stack. You see Kumar trying to defend their tower at least. But we can see SLFO, they're slowly but surely trying to keep the advantage, the map control on their side. Quietly, Midnight's taking this top lane, trying to clear out the waves. We got Carmilla at the bottom. Tiberius, however, gets caught up by Kazakhs. And Kazakhs attacks it just a little bit, overextends just a little bit in there. But still, they didn't manage to lose their life. So, it was a calculated risk. And SLF will calculate it well. Midnight destroys the turret up top. No one's trying to take out Midnight actually. And we have Kazakhs quietly taking that last turtle as well. Oh, Chessman gets taken out. And it's actually going to be the Carmilla that takes them out. So Mad Sheet was there the entire time. So XP laner plus tank taking out the jungler. Just absolute cinema. Okay. We got the red buff coming right up. SLFO is gonna deny this from Chessman. And it's quite a shame actually. Chessman was really strong in the previous game, so we know that they're really good with the Eastern Shin. But this time, SLFO is just slightly stronger. They're using their strong picks this time. They're going full power. They want this next game. So I'm pretty sure, since considering the fact that this is still the first leg of the finals, I'm pretty sure Elena and SLFO was trying to conserve their picks, trying not to give away too much information to any future opponents. But this time SLFO, they got a little bit too comfortable with their draftings, so now they're gonna be going full power with that Carmilla Sicilian combo plus the Granger. So, well, unfortunately, they revealed their cards for any future opponents, but nonetheless, it's giving away. It's pretty much it's pretty much giving away their strategies, but still, it's worth it. They're getting their game in. 1-16 on the scoreboard as of this moment. 10 minutes into the game, and they're easily overpowering Kumar as of this moment. This is SLFO in their full in their final form actually. This is like their strongest lineup, I believe, that, like in my opinion. But okay, we got a little bit of a stun happening from the Titian. The Terracosta are going to be expanded. Reaper Miles going to be backing away to Ray Tulo and Helen Mad's feet. Poking here. Yassine backs away. Chessman, however. 10. Level 10 only on Chessman on their jungler. So up against SLFO might be a little bit hard. But if they outnumber SLFO, there's a chance that they could still take SLFO. We have Kumar has a little bit of a breather, especially since SLFO just took way too much time away from the fountain. But hold on, Mad's feet managed to get away from that 5-man stack. Okay, but the Lord is right there. Chatman basically like contemplated whether to take this Lord for themselves, but Cat says versus Chessman. Oh no, that's a lot of damage being done. Midnight take that kill for themselves. I think Laporius might be caught up next. And the 3-man stack going towards the bottom lane. They're trying to get away. Reaper Mal overextending just a bit. Kazakhs as well. Oh my goodness. We're about to get wiped out. Oh, but Kumar goes and backs away into the fountain really, really quickly. Kazakhs knows their limits. Goes back to the bottom inhibitor turret. Takes that for themselves. Nice heals. Okay, I think Yassine's gonna be coming up next. Oh, that's a legendary for Midnight. This is what I'm talking about. This is the Midnight that I know, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Midnight that I know. I think Matsweet's about to overextend just a little bit. And Matsweet knew they were about to go down. So they take that kill like a man. Okay, Furious might be next. They're just trying to overextend. Okay, Lieutenant Custard and Reaper actually almost lost their lives back there. But in the end, they're still alive. SLFO, I think they can end the game right now. They have the minions in hand. They can actually auto-attack this base right now, but they're choosing not to. You can see Kazakhs. They knew that they were dead. They lacked react, knowing that that turret was about to, the base was about to take them out. And okay, comfortably, SLFO just taking their time. They were playing with their food, ladies and gentlemen. SLFO was playing with their food. They knew they were gonna get this victory. And they will be moving forward to the bracket. So they got a little bit more comfortable. I don't know if I should be complaining, but SLFO gave away their strongest lineup already so early on into the competition. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but still, I think I understand why in the second match they line up like that. It's just a little bit too much of a trying to hide your full power, actually. Just a little too much because they didn't even put a good goal laner on their lineup in the previous game. That was their biggest mistake. And the fact that Kumar dragged it on all the way to a late game after that is just punished them quite a lot from just their mistake in the drafting phase. But yes, we should be seeing our post game really, really quickly. And just talking about what happened back there, especially in match number 1. Actually, the Granger already came out in match number 1, and that's fine actually, but it just gives an idea to a lot of the future opponents. If they just ban the Granger, then Midnight has to be forced to move backwards into another marksman that's as strong as Granger. So I know Midnight is a really good marksman, but Granger is really their strongest hero, even back then, even in the previous MLBB tournaments under at least just Ooredoo Nation, and I'm pretty sure in other competitions as well. The strongest hero of Midnight is Granger. That's pretty much their main. But here we have the post game, of course, 4-26 on the scoreboard. Unfortunately, Kumar doesn't have a lot of built items. I'm pretty sure I can see Chessman, their jungler, only 2 built items plus their boots. At least we have the dominance ice on Flupurius. And then Yassine also 2 built items. Demurius has the Blade of Despair. And then, yep, we have Najipa Sep has the glowing wand at least. This time around, MVP Midnight. Still, we get the 13 kills, 0 deaths, and 14 assists, and kill participation of 35%. Considering the fact that this is a 65% kill participation, the fact that this guy had 13 kills, nonetheless, absolutely insane. They got the Sky Piercer quite early on after the Malefic Roar just to extend I believe, to extend their range just a little bit. Of course, the Sky Piercer coming in to stack. But later on, we'll be seeing the timeline. And of course, let's look at where the progression of the items are going. And Chessman just a little bit too slow in terms of itemization. Look at that. Their first item is actually at the 5 minute mark. And then their next item is at the 10 minute mark. I think that's where they struggled just a little bit. Shasman did so well in match number 2. I had so much hope for this guy in this next game. But the optimization, I think they were denied a lot of gold. Especially since the tendency for Kazakhs is to invade the jungle of Chessman. And if you're a jungler, you need all your creeps in order to match up against the enemy jungler. So that's it. That is a 12-minute, almost a 12-minute game for our match number 3. And that's the victory of LNN SLFO. They will be moving forward to go up against their brothers, LNN SLFO RF, later on tomorrow, I believe. So that's it for the bracketing. And I think we should be maybe looking at some more assets, or maybe we could go on to short break after that. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is still ECS Season 3 under Ooredoo Nation. We'll be going on to a short break before we go to our next bracket. So, guys, see you in a few minutes.
මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය. උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරුගේ ගොඩැන්නවාන්. මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු දුපඩැන්නවන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරු දුපඩැන්නවන්
And we are back once again. This is still Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 3. We are done with our first column of the roadmaps. You can see the leftmost side. We're done and dusted. And now we are moving forward to the next leg, which is actually the quarterfinals. Okay. This is right. The quarterfinals, and then we have the semifinals, and then the grand finals. So we are finally in the quarterfinals. Our first matchup will be LNN SLFO BLMV versus Euphoria. And right now, okay, just a little bit of a catch up that we saw from day number 1. Once again, KOF 2 forfeited both of their games. That's why I don't have a lot of information about Euphoria just yet. We haven't streamed Euphoria in this competition, in this tournament yet. So BLMB, of course, they were a amazing team. It was a sweep that we saw a while ago. It was a really nice domination from this team. But of course, Euphoria, since I have no information, I don't quite know what this matchup is going to look like. So of course, all we have to do is wait up and see what this the chemistry between these two opposing teams will look like later on. So I don't have a lot of information about Euphoria. They might have played before. I'll have to see if the player names are familiar. So after that, yes, have a lot of faith on an SLFO team. So we're 3 SLFOs playing this time around. So, well, they're very active right now in the esports scene. And of course, they have so many amazing players. So with that, we should be starting off with the drafting phase in a couple of seconds. And we have it. Okay, let's just look at the names. Of course, we have BLMV. We got what we saw long before, and of course Euphoria, Your Luth, Sensitive Young Man. Very strange name. Why? But I understand the men should be in touch with their sensitive side. You have Maestro and Topaz as well. Dude, look at the third man on Euphoria. Come on. Okay. Well, we'll be starting off with our bands really quickly. And of course, we have some universal bands. Of course, we have the Marcel, we have the Tian, we have the Shushin, and Hanabi. All of these are general bans. All of these are general bans. Even the Diggy is a general ban. Euphoria, they could ban the Leomore. They could ban anything. They could ban the Vexana. Who else? I don't know. Anything goes. Anything goes. Don't really have any other universal general ban that I can think right off the bat in my head. There's still a lot of choices. I think Vexana is a pretty safe universal ban. And it's gonna be the Harley. Okay, one more jungler down. Actually, the only jungler in this lineup of bans. Most of these. Okay, we have 2 supports, we have 2 mages, we got a marksman and a jungler being taken out of the equation. First pick, Boomji will be securing immediately that Atlas. But coming right up, Euphoria will be answering back with their jungler, which is the Akai. Toby's is gonna hold that. And then after that, we should see another pick. Anything goes still. I think the safest bet will be trying to go for a tank instead. So one tank to just hide out their just put a little bit more mystery on their lineup. So let's go ahead, wait up very, very patiently. We've got 10 seconds left to go.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium.
Okay, we got the Eve in the mid lane. So SLFO BLMV. So far, I'm not really seeing a clear counter pick on the Akai and the Eve. Okay, we got the Guinevere. There's a lot of CC right off the bat on the side of BLMV. So the ultimates of both the Atlas and the Guinevere, if they combo that, that's like permafrost. I don't know if there's a term for like perma-stun on like MLBB, but yeah, that stun is gonna take forever. You're not gonna be able to move for at least like 5 seconds or something if you got caught up in a really good Guinevere Atlas combo. Then we got the Gorge, finish everything off. So you got the sets from the Atlas pulling them together, stunning them for a few seconds, Guinevere following you up with another stun, and then the Guard to finish off everything with an AoE damage. Just absolutely insane. If they pull off this combo, Euphoria is gonna suffer quite a lot. But of course, Euphoria will be finishing off their lineup with a high-lows. And then after that, we'll see a carry ban. So yeah, carry going against the high-lows, like basically counter-picking the high-lows and the Akai. Of course, we got Euphoria trying to avoid that, so they'll take carry out of the equation right off the bat. BLMV, however, they should be answering back to maybe a Valir ban, just so they can at least not expect, like, not take for granted the Atlas and Guinevere ultimate stuns, and also the Gorge stun. So yeah, there's a lot of CCs on BLMV, so a really nice counter to that would probably be the Valir, especially if you go use that ultimate of the Valir, as well as the little line push forward, disrupting BLMV's lineup later on. But of course, that's up to Euphoria as to what they're going to ban. Instead, BLMV, they're banning the Leslie instead. They don't want any surprises. I haven't seen a Leslie pick, however, this whole tournament. But here, Euphoria will be choosing to ban the X-Borg instead. Now, coming right up next, we should see our last ban. On the side of BLMV, anything goes still. There's still a lot of general bans that we haven't seen yet. Leomord's still open, by the way. BLMV doesn't have a jungler yet. Euphoria already has a jungler. They don't have XP laners. They don't have a marksman yet. So BLMV, either they can use a XP lane or a marksman ban. There's a lot of open marksmen still. I mean, the carry and the Leslie are gone, but we can still go Iksha, we can still go Beatrix. Okay, we have the Mincetar ban instead. So, still a lot of open on the marksman. Ranger, in fact, is still open. Okay, we got the Claude. Yes, very meta as well. You'll be taking that Claude. No hesitation whatsoever. Okay, we have the Beatrix pick for the marksman. And then Boomteezy should take jungler. Maybe a Leomord. Okay, they're taking a Hanzo. Ooh, lots of surprises. Okay, so it's a good thing that we have the Atlas, Guinevere, and Gord stunts because the Hanzo needs to keep themselves alive. And we have our final pick for Euphoria. They still need an XP laner. Anything goes. They can go ahead and get that Paquito, that's a usual meta pick. Or they can go get the Badang, maybe. Or they can get anyone actually. Anything goes. Arlot's still open. And we're kinda just waiting for our final pick. Okay, we have a glue. We have a glue on the XP lane. Because I'm sure Hylos wouldn't do too well as an XP laner. The glue maybe a little bit of a better pick. So the glue chasing the Beatrix or the Hanzo would be a really good start. So there we have it. That is our lineup for both sides. I'm actually quite confident with both of them. With both sides, there's decent amount of damage, there's decent amount of tankiness. I'm not too worried about the draft itself. The problem is, will they be able to execute this? Because no matter how good your lineup is, if your teammates, they don't have the chemistry that they need, if they don't have the communication, if they don't have the game sense, then they'll fall off in that order. But for the draft itself, I'm really quite confident on both sides. I actually don't have any bets because they both seem like they have a really good potential for a really nice game. And of course, once again, I don't have information of Euphoria yet, just this tournament itself. So we'll be going in blind just like we were in the qualifier. So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a first match between BLMB versus Euphoria. Let's look at the map really quickly. We can see an invade coming in from BLMB. They're taking one creep from Euphoria, and you think one creep is nothing. It's actually a huge difference. It's a huge difference. This is the reason why, if you're farming as either an XP laner or a gold laner, you shouldn't be taking the creeps of your junglers because they're gonna have a hard time leveling up if that's the case. Crabs, the tendency is crabs, like the gold crabs, they're fine. They don't really affect the jungle's rotations that much. But if you take I don't know what the right term is, but the cockroach, the bug looking thing, especially at the bottom and the top lane, then you'd be denying a lot of points from your very own jungler. So there we have it. We have our rotations coming about. The junglers are basically minding their own business. You can see the Hylos taking a bit of damage there. It's a 2 versus 1. But Hylos, of course, has a lot of sustain, so we don't have to worry too much about that. And then the Atlas is just keeping the vision on the bushes. I think the Hylos might try to go ahead and just get a little bit more information. We have the turtle coming right up. And BLMV is already positioning the Gord and the Atlas in that area. Toby's, however, is nearby. He could start off on the turtle, but otherwise, the presence of BLMV is just too strong on the turtle, even though it's not the jungler. Toby's is just minding their own business. And Branky, they might be starting off with the turtle immediately. Toby's definitely wants to contest that. Sensitive young man is nearby. We've got Luth. Okay, Luth might be caught up, however. Might be the first casualty. Hold on, Hanzo's going to be joining in. Putting in their body just at the bush. We have a first casualty on both sides. 1-for-1 trade so far. But Branky might be losing their health. Toby's, however, might be following up. Oh, nice stun! And that's a nice ultimate coming in from the Guinevere. Finish that up. That is a clone left behind. Still, the turtle is still going to be up. Everyone's disengaging. They're like, oh wait, the turtle. Hold on. Okay. We have BLMB coming right up. Boom G's gonna be closing in. They have the real body in hand, so they should probably get away. Try to get into safety really quickly. We have the glue attaching themselves on Boom G, so you can see BLMB. They're trying their best and not to engage yet. But okay. We get Boom G comes in. They stun sensitive young man. That turtle's gonna go to, unfortunately, gonna go to Euphoria. And Toby manages to get that retribution just in time. So it's a retribution game, as usual. So, first turtle going on to Euphoria. 2-1 on the scoreboard. Slight advantage on BLMV. Just looking at the gold lead, that's 100 gold lead for Euphoria. Not too big, but still, nonetheless, it's an advantage. So it's a start. But taking a look at the item build, of course, I don't see any fully built items. Oh, hold on. The Claude actually has the Demon Sword. 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes into the game. That's actually quite fast. So the Claude is farming really, really nicely. So I might get a little bit scared. The Beatrix, however, still quite far off from their first item. They already built their boots, however, so at least they have a bit of attack speed to go along to try to help out with the farm. So there's a potential 3-man gank up top. So you can see Beatrix, you can see Boomy Cutie is actually backing away, knowing that it's way too risky to go about, knowing that there's enemy missing at the mid lane. But there's also a 3-man stack at the bottom. Glue is backing away as well. So both teams are actually reading the map really, really well, knowing that there's missing players all around the map. So we have 30 seconds left to go. Mostly BLMV's ready. They're positioned well within the map where the turtle is, so they have control over the river as of this moment. Euphoria, however, we have Toby's lingering about, just taking this blue buff really, really quickly, and in a couple of seconds we're gonna see that turtle spawn, and the river is actually going on the favor of the turtle. So there we have it. We have our rotations coming about. BLMB is going to be rotating into the area. We got some pokes here and there. Let's just look really, really fast. Bummy Cutie using their ultimate coming right about. Okay. Ooh, we got the Hylos ultimate. Lou taking a bit of damage, but Bummy Cutie might be the first to fall on their side. Bummy Cutie goes down. Boom G follows up. Luth, meanwhile, already lost their health. And Bumheb was a sitting duck back there, and Yor takes advantage of that. Now I think the second turtle will basically go uncontested towards Euphoria once again. Alright, there we go. Ooh, 3-4 on the scoreboard. Let's look at the gold leads. Actually, almost, it's a 1.2k gold lead-ish. Oh, even getting bigger, actually. That's, gold lead's getting bigger slowly. So that's like a 1.4k gold lead on the side of Euphoria. And the game goes on. We're just poking here and there. BLMV slowly losing this in the first early game. Just a slight disadvantage on their part. But Euphoria, oh, that's a 4 versus 1 gank at the mid. Maestro unfortunately goes down loot just a little bit too late to save their mid laner. So the Lord's gonna be coming right up in a minute or so. Blue poking Bummy Cutie, quite low on health. Manages to get away just in time. Yor, of course, is farming really, really nicely. And you got the gold lead, slowly but surely. Getting bigger and bigger on both sides. Euphoria has the advantage this time around. Oh, we got the ultimate from the Contender coming about, and sensitive young man will be losing their health. Bumteezy, however, might be getting the tail end of this revenge kill. And there we have it. Toby's did not allow Bumteezy to move whatsoever. And Branky tried to save, but unfortunately, just the 3 versus 1 did not work in their favor. They'll be losing their lives. 5-6 on the scoreboard, but Yor gets taken out by Boomheb. There we go. 366 on the scoreboard. 7 minutes 45 seconds. We're just taking out this tower. Nice attack speed from Bummy QT. Nice damage as well. So you can see Bummy QT actually, their itemization is probably going really well as of this moment. And 1 tower down in the mid lane for BLMV. Now we're just farming just a little bit. 4 versus 5 man squad stack in the mid lane. Branky gets attached. Boomji might be going for Luth instead. Luth uses their ultimate. Oh, nice ultimate from Guinevere. Unfortunately, just takes Luth. However, Sensitive Young Man gets caught up by the Gourd ultimates. Oh my goodness, look at the 2 low health on Boomji. It's a good thing they managed to get away just in time. And Toby's trying to steal this red buff really, really quickly. And I don't know if BumTZ managed to get that. But on the other hand, that Lord is in there. And Euphoria is trying to poke that Lord. But they know that BumTZ can poke their way to the Lord anytime they want. And so they're being really very careful about that. Just in case. But oh, look at the damage from Bummy QT. I'm actually quite excited to see that Beatrix go in hand. Oh, nice set coming in from the Guinevere. One manages to get away just in time. Toby's actually escaping that ultimate, but BumTZ takes that Lord. But is it over just yet? Euphoria is going to be backing away. They're quite low on health, and BLMV, they know that they don't want to expend too much. They don't want to take too much greediness in this situation. Not that they have the Lord, that's already one win, and they're still on a deficit in terms of map control. But this time around, look at the gold. It's actually equalizing quite well. Slowly but surely, BLMV has a slight advantage this time. Oh, never mind. Euphoria actually has the advantage just a bit. They got one more tower in. Oh, Guinevere versus Glue. Let's see what's happening over here. I think Glue attached itself to Guinevere. Gourd going in to the rescue. 2 versus 1, but Luth also getting taken out of the equation. In the river. Oh, we got the ultimate coming in from Yor. That's a lot of damage. And Boomji gets stuck into the wall. Toby, nice set on that part. But BumTZ, yes, everybody coming in. But there's not enough damage to go about. Toby's is just way too tanky right now. I'm hoping that BLMV has built a lot of healing items, because I just saw Corrosion Scythe going on to the Akai. But here, they're just gonna take care of the Lord really, really quickly. And the Lord's just taking a bit of damage with chunks of HP up against the top turret. But in the mid lane, okay, something's brewing. Something's cooking in the mid lane. Now we're just jumping in. Hanzo going in, trying to get some damage in. There's not a lot of damage to go about. BumTZ quite low on health. Oh my goodness, that flame shot almost got BumTZ. Okay, nice ultimate coming in from the Guinevere and the Cloud as well. Bummy QT gets taken out by Yor. Toby's using the ultimate, spins in Boomji. Nice set coming in from the Atlas, followed up by that Guinevere stun as well. Yor gets taken out of the equation. But however, Bummy QT backs away. Not a lot of damage coming about. Gourd tries to get away. Frankie might be in trouble in this situation. Okay, we got the clone coming about. Maestro getting targeted, but it's still a 4 versus 1. I think we all knew how that was gonna end. The Minion Eyes going on to one player from Euphoria. I'm not sure which one, but it's a good start to the anti-heals for most teams. We got a half a minute left to go before we go to the Lord. 12 minutes into the game. I don't think this is gonna be a fast game, unless one of these teams proves us wrong. Right now, map control goes on to BLMV thanks to the lore that they got in the previous round. But okay, we got a little bit of a set coming on to the river. That's a nice ultimate coming in from the Gourd. Bummy QT gets away. That's a lot of damage coming in from Yor, but Yor has already expended their ultimate. And so right now, it's just going to be the Gourd trying to take out Boomji. And there we go. It's actually going to be the Eve who will be getting that kill for themselves. Meanwhile, Toby's is minding their own business, hiding near where the Lord is. So, 4-man stack on the Lord for the side of BLMV, but Toby's can still steal this. It's going to be a retribution battle. You can see BLMV is actually backing away, trying to reset the Lord. BumTZ, they didn't use the real body, so they managed to get away just in time. Alright, let's see. That is a retribution to BumTZ. That's a nice stack. That's a nice ultimate coming in from the Guinevere. Luth, however, uses the high-lows just to get away, just to disengage from this situation. Nice save from Euphoria. One more Lord going into BLMV. So they're gonna be getting that push on their advantage. That map control is going on to their advantage. Now all they have to do is kind of clear out the minion waves, put a lot of pressure up against Euphoria. Okay, we got the freeze on side of Bumhab. Winter Chorkian. Okay, we got the potential 3 versus 2. Maestro taking a lot of damage from Bummy QT. Hold on, Bummy QT. That's a lot of damage coming about. Bumhab takes 1. It's 2 casualties right now in Euphoria. You might be in trouble right here, dude. He doesn't have the Claude skill anymore, but they managed to get the sustain because of that ultimate, but still was just a little bit faster in this situation. They managed to get away just in time, switch places with the monkey, but still it's not gonna stop BLMB, it's not gonna stop BumTZ, that's for sure. They secure that kill, 3 down inside of Euphoria. Now, considering the fact that they still have to defend against the Lord, I don't know if Glue can solo the Lord at this situation, but definitely it gives BLMV the opportunity to take out the rest of the towers. And look at the Glue barely putting a dent on that Lord. It's really quite unfortunate. But here, Boomji is about to lose their last loot. Takes out there, gets taken out. Boomji coming up next. We still have the towers to worry about. We got the double kill. Brinky says goodbye. The 2 casualties on the side of BLMV. Okay, I'm really confident about the damage from the Beatrix from the Bumikiti. Really nice. It's a really nice farming from the gold laners both sides. Oh, we're about to get backdoored by the minions. It's a good thing there's a new wave that spawned really quickly. Presence of mind, Euphoria. Presence of mind, you don't want to get backdoored. If there was another player, if Bummy QT were at the top, they would have been in trouble. It's a good thing that Bummy QT didn't backdoor them. Euphoria was way too preoccupied with the other lanes. But okay, we got half a minute left to go before the next Lord's gonna be coming right up. BLMV, they're fresh off the boat, fresh off the fountain on their base. And Euphoria's actually lost most of their towers at this point. Just the inhibitor towers in the mid and bottom. Now BLMV is being quite patient. And you can see Toby's is already positioning themselves near the Lord, making sure that they have information whether BLMV will go for the Lord or not. Okay. I can see a nice one. It's going to help out quite a bit, especially on the side of, I believe, I don't know if it's from Young Man or Maestro that went in, but okay, we got the Lord spawning in, and Euphoria is actually stacking there, but they're not starting off on the Lord. And you can see slowly but surely Euphoria is trying to clear out the minion waves. BLMV choosing to get the Lord just in case, but we got a 4-5 squad, and Yoris all the way at the bottom, but Bummy QT gets traded off as well, so it's gonna be an equal fight between the two teams. Toby loses a lot of help, but it's just not gonna be enough damage. And you might backdoor this. You should probably back away, BLMV. I'm a little bit concerned with what's happening at the bottom lane, and also at the top lane, the minions are doing their own job as well. I don't know what's happening here. This is a very atypical game. There's a lot of backdoor things that could happen. BumTZ is nearby, however, ready to steal that Lord. And I don't know if even the Glue can get this Lord down really quickly, but BumTZ closes in. Now, it's gonna be a 5 versus 5. Oh, look at the top, however. They're preoccupied with the Lord. Hold on, look at the minions up top. I'm a little bit concerned. This is like the problem with just leaving the minions to themselves. Oh my goodness, hold on. Okay, we have the high-lows. Just trying to take those minions out, and the next wave actually spawned, and at least the Lord went on to Euphoria's, because if the Lord didn't go to Euphoria's favor, then that base is in trouble. BLMV should watch out for the bottom lane as well. You're almost backdoored them. And it's just quite something to watch out for, especially here. BLMV has to watch out for the Lord because their bottom lane is so opened up. Thanks to Yor a while ago. But alright, we got the Lord coming right up. We got the 4 versus Lord. Just making sure that that Lord can't get into the base and try to put a dent on their base. So that's it. The Lord's down. Worry about the minions as well. Oh my goodness, the minions, please. Look at the minions. Okay, Beatrix is right there. And we got the Guinevere taking one, but Yor still didn't get enough damage done to their side. But Bumham finishes the job. Sensitive Young Man might be next. Luth is also dangerously low on health. We got Frankie got caught up with the stun as well. Let's see if we can get the follow through. Come on, Bumham. Finally, Toby's gets taken out. That's legendary going to Bumham. Okay, we're giving the chase. Hanzo taking care of the bottom. Up top, there's still 2 towers, so we don't have to worry about that. Boomhem is carrying the damage as of this moment. And slowly but surely, map control going back to the side of BLMB. They're going all mid this time, mostly all mid. The Hanzo is going to be falling right up. We've got the Hylos ultimate trying to back them away, trying to get BLMB to disengage. But Bummy QT, that's just way too much damage. Come on, we need a lot of damage. Sensitive Young Man takes a bit of damage back there. Attaches in themselves, I believe. No, actually, Sensitive Young Man takes in the Hanzo. But still, it's a nice teleport coming about. Nice strategy coming about. But here, Banky about to lose their health. The real body's getting chased. Luth takes care of that. Just that. Now, we got half a minute left to go before that next Lord. Boomji is still respawning around that time. Guinevere, half a minute before they come right back up. So, a little bit of a numbers disadvantage of BLMB, so they should watch out. They should play it a little bit safe just for the moment. But okay, we got a potential bottom lane situation, but no, Euphoria will be going for that Lord instead. And I'm pretty sure BLMB knows exactly that, because they would have expected, but maybe Euphoria might go on the aggressive at the bottom lane. But no, they will be choosing the Lord instead, and you're putting a lot of damage back there on the Lord. Okay, Boomji coming in, trying to get that set in, but unfortunately the ultimate doesn't get used. Oh, that Lord's about to get stolen, and Boomhab gets one, but unfortunately the Lord still goes on to Euphoria's side. Luth uses up their immortality, and I think Luth is about to go down just now. Boomhab gets that triple kill. 4-man deficit on the side of Euphoria. Come on, all mid. I think this is still doable. This is still doable in this situation. They should watch out for the minions, however. There's a new minion wave. The Lord is going at the bottom, but I think BLMB can still ignore this as long as they go all mid, as long as they take care of that those minions of that base. We have the lock-in, and we have locked in on that base. BLMB takes this very first game for themselves. After a little bit of a push and pull on both teams, it could have been anyone's game, but in the end, BLMB pulls through despite the fact that they kept losing their lords. They did get 2 lords, but Euphoria, towards the late game, they started getting the advantage of getting the lords. But nonetheless, congratulations once again to BLMV, 27-17 on the final scoreboard. Slight gold advantage on the side of BLMV. And let's just take a look at the itemization. Full items on both sides. It's a 20-minute game, so it took quite a while. But still, nonetheless, congratulations to both teams. This is their full power, and their full power, BLMV pulled through, put all mid after that 4-man deficit on Euphoria. They couldn't quite defend, despite the fact that they already have the Lord on their side. So congratulations once again. Boomham, however, I'm pretty sure will be the MVP. Look at that. KDA 17-1-4 on the KDA. They got the Sky Piercer so early on, so that's the reason why Boomham slowly but surely got so much damage. They got the Holy Crystal so early on as well. The Divine Clave. The Glowing Wand came in a little bit later, which is kind of funny. And I don't know how Boomheb sustained so much mana despite having the Enchanted Talisman so late. So, there we have it. Congratulations once again to BLMV for getting this very first win. Let's go ahead and see if we can find any other assets. So that's it. The MVP of the game. No doubts. No questions whatsoever. 17 on the kills. And of course, we have the atomization that we saw a while ago, and the kill participation of 78%. And you can see the positioning of the gourd was really nice. As long as Euphoria didn't break into the front lines, Bumhab stayed comfortably behind, knowing that their ultimate had a nice AoE, a nice distance. They could deal a lot of damage from that far. But okay, we got the 21 minute um item timeline here. We have the immortalities around the 20-point mark. That's Bumji and Luth, both tanks getting it done. But here Maestro bought their glowing one a little bit earlier than Boomheb. Boomheb had it in the 7 minute, 8 minute mark, and Maestro had it around the 5, 6 minute mark. And okay, never mind. Boomheb actually got the Enchanted Talisman as their third item as well. So everyone else, we got the Sky Piercers, we got the winter trunk. I think this is called the winter trunkions. There, I can see four winter trunkions, so there were like four freezes possible in all of these teams, and some Dominion ices, some anti heals. There's a lot of life steals items as well. Demon swords. I saw a couple of demon swords. But okay, we got the heat map of Boomheb. Typical mage rotations. So mostly mid, going up and down the river, helping out the teammates. Kill participation of 78%. This is what it looks like. So there's a lot of kills towards the end, which made a lot of difference, especially in order to get the advantage up against Euphoria. But I think before we go to our next match, we will be taking a short break, I believe. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll just reset things at the back end. We'll see you soon in a few minutes.
මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරුගි බොඩැන්නවාන්.
Once again, we are back from a very short break. The players just needed to reset a little. So we just gave them a little bit of time to, get their bearings in. I mean, it was a pretty long game. It was a 20-minute game. So now we are on match point. PLMV is about to move forward. If ever they get this next game in, we will move them forward to the semifinals. But for now, of course, Euphoria still has a chance. And they actually had the potential in that previous game. So now I really want to see them maybe shine this time around, get the advantage up against BLMV later on. But of course, once again, this is still the Esports Contender Series Season 3 for MLBB. We are currently at the quarterfinals, or round of eights, as they call it. So we'll see later on what's going to happen, especially in the drafting phase. I think I had no questions whatsoever. I had no qualms about the lineup of both teams in the previous match. I think they all did well. And in fact, towards the early game, it was kind of like stacking up against each other. Even Euphoria had a bit of a advantage up against BLMV. Slowly but surely, Boomhap started getting those kills and putting a lot of numbers disadvantage up against Euphoria. And that just gave way to that all mid push from BLMB and ending that very first game. But of course, yes, the next game, we'll be expecting that these teams will both be learning from their mistakes that we saw a while ago. But oh my goodness. well, we're just gonna have to go ahead and look at the bands that we're gonna be seeing right now. So it looks like we have some general bands, which is Titian. We got the Harley out, and then we have Marcel as well. And okay, that is our first three bands for both teams. And of course, we'll have another band from BLMV this time. So there's still a lot of heroes open. So the Akai is still open. The Akai's ultimate was really nicely utilized by Toby's, as we've seen before. So a nice respect band from BLMV. Probably just a little bit of a suggestion. Probably should ban the Akai. But yes, Zushin will be banned. Another general ban. And then Euphoria will be up next. Okay, Euphoria is taking a little bit of their time. Okay, we have the Valir ban once again. So Valir is a direct counter pick actually against a lot of setting tanks. So Tigreal, even Minotaur, Atlas, Valir can pretty much counter all of that. So just the ultimate and then push the teams away. It's gonna be really, really easy to counter those sets. No matter how good your sets are. But here, BLMV will be choosing their very last ban. Just go ahead and watch that out for. And it looks like BLMV actually will be swapping out one of their teammates. They'll be swapping out their previous MVP for Nigareth. So we saw Nigareth in the previous bracket. So Nigareth also does well. But here we have finally the respect ban on the Akai. And I'm just gonna say Toby's pinned a lot of their opponents so well up against the wall. This guy knows how to utilize the Akai. Like even before Akai became a jungle meta, the purpose of the Akai ultimate is to pin your opponents to the wall, and Toby's utilized that so well. Okay, Luz will be giving us an encore on the Atlas. BLMV, they're going to be using 2 picks this time around, so there are a lot of open picks still. I mean, we have Granger still open, Suyo still open if they want it, Izunshin still open, but I don't think in this lineup, in this 2 teams, I don't think they use Izunshin that much. But okay, we got the Diggy. Diggy was open and they'll be using the Diggy. And of course, we got the Iksha for their marksman. Now Euphoria, yes, they could go ahead and choose another jungler, but maybe the jungler will come out in the second phase of the picking. But on the other hand, I think Yor could get that Claude once again. The Claude, actually, I have no problem with the Claude. The Claude did a lot of damage. I have no qualms whatsoever on that Claude. On the other hand, for their mage, the Eve is fine as well. The Eve is fine. But I think Setian is... Oh no, Setian was banned. We're gonna get the Kagura instead. A lot of mobility coming in from Maestro. But Euphoria doesn't really have to worry too much about getting set because the support is already at the Diggy. But here we have Clint for the carry of Euphoria. So they have their main damage dealers already revealed. And also they have the Atlas. So SLF will be on MV. They'll be choosing one last pick before the next phase of the banning. And it's gonna be the Belric. Alright, so there's a Diggy and there's a Belric. So I think the Diggy will go to the XP lane instead. And then the Belric will go roam. That's like the best case scenario. But if ever, we can also put the Diggy in the mage. And then we have a mage build. And then that's those bombs will just be so annoying. Like the little stars, I believe. It's gonna be quite annoying on the side of Boomji, on the side of Diggy. But here we have our next phase of the banning. There's still a lot of open heroes still available for both teams actually. But here we have actually both teams don't have a jungler yet, so they can go ahead and reduce the pool of heroes for the junglers. They'll be starting off with the Suyu ban. Euphoria will be following up next. They could ban maybe Hanzo. Hanzo was fine actually, but there wasn't enough damage in my opinion. So they can sidestep that Hanzo after that. And animation is gonna be joining BLMB this time around as well. So no encore of the Hanzo, if I believe so myself. Euphoria is still going on the banning phase. We're still waiting on to our next ban from these guys. Okay, just waiting about. Just waiting patiently for their next ban, for their answer to BLMB.
And night are
Okay,
everlasting.
it's a Sicilian ban. Yes, BLMB does still need a mage. So, Sicilian will be taken out of the equation. And of course, if you think about it, Cecilia is actually quite a late game mage. It was pretty atypical because Cecilia needs those stacks to put a lot of damage. But of course, he can benefit from the itemization as well. But here we have BLMB. We still need one more ban from these guys. So either a jungler or an XP laner. BLMV, they could ban pretty much anyone. You can ban the Badang just to be safe. Export. Okay, they have the export ban instead. Euphoria should be answering back with our final ban for this lineup. Anything goes, either a jungler or a mage or an XP laner, because I'm not sure where that Diggy is going. I think the Diggy can actually go mid lane. Like, it's possible as long as you focus on damage. But of course, a mage will be a lot better than a Diggy on the mid lane. So perhaps XP lane for that Diggy. But here we have Ferdinand to finish up the bans of Euphoria, and now we're going back to the picking phase. BLMV will be going first pick. So I'm gonna expect maybe a jungler first. There's a lot of open junglers. Let's see who it's gonna be. Okay, it's gonna be a mid laner instead. It's gonna be Farmist who will be going on to the mid lane. So Nigareth will be choosing their jungler later on. Euphoria going right back, taking their two last picks in their lineup. We have the Baksha. Yes, a good choice with the Baksha, just to give a little bit more tankiness to Euphoria's lineup, because Kagura and Clint are very squishy already. So you can't like basically keep picking squishy heroes for their team, especially since Euphoria needs to take care of their glass cannons. Basically, Clint and Kagura are very, very squishy. They need a lot of protection. So Toby is gonna have that early game damage, and then after that, towards the late game, when the junglers don't have as much damage as before, they'll go ahead and start building towards tank. And Yuzhong, really good disruptor of the front lines, especially with the ultimate, and of course lots of sustain. So really good choice for XP. And I don't know how it's gonna fare up against a Diggy if ever Diggy goes to the XP lane, because Yuzhong is very melee based and Diggy is very annoying with their little stars going about chasing you around. So Yuzhong, I'm a little bit concerned for that, but nonetheless, yes, I'm sure sensitive young man can do just fine. But okay, we got one last pick. Nigareth is gonna be finishing off our lineup after that, and they'll be choosing. Why the Balmond? I don't even know what to say. Okay, the Balmond, yes, it's a really good pick, but in terms of on the scene of, like, on the esports scene, I haven't seen the Balmond quite yet. But they were when Balmond got reworked, they were so meta. However, you kept seeing Balmond everywhere, and I'm pretty sure Balmond is still a decent pick, but considering the fact that they let the timer run out, I don't know if that was an AFK pick or something. But yeah, nonetheless, we have a pretty nice lineup actually for like a lot of the teams. But yes, that was a jungler for Balmond. I think it's still possible. And there's a lot of tankiness that could happen. And Balmond does have a really nice AoE and has quite a decent amount of damage, especially early on into the game. And actually, they can carry that kind of damage towards the late. all about the execution that we're going to be seeing later on. And okay, there we have it. We're going to be starting off with our very next match number 2 between Euphoria and BLMB. And let's just take a look at where all our teams are going to be. It's going to be a Beleric XP laner instead. So, Diggy will go and roam. Balmond will be having to worry about this invade coming in from Euphoria. 3-man invade, but they're going to be backing away really, really quickly. And just some pokes here and there. Animation, Boomji, and Bummy QT to the rescue, just making sure that their jungler Nigareth can go ahead and farm peacefully. Cleared out a lot of the jungles already. We got a minute left to go before that next turtle comes up. Before the very first turtle, rather, comes up. And now we're kind of just waiting out. You see, the Balmond is actually quite okay with the jungle. It's just that there's still a lot of choices, however. So, you know what? Maybe it's a comfort pick from Nigareth. But here we have Bummy QT. Took a lot of damage back there, but unfortunately, it's just that Maestro couldn't follow it up, and Yor couldn't follow it up with the final last few HP of Bummy QT. Now Bummy QT can go ahead and heal up really, really quickly. We got a couple of seconds left to go before the turtle comes up. Sensitive young man, slowly but surely losing their health. They tried to go up against, and I don't know why they went back. I think they were banking on the fact that maybe they could sustain all that damage, but it's too early. It's 2 minutes into the game. Yuzhong doesn't have even, I don't know if Yuzhong had the boots already to try to tank that damage. But yes, Nigareth will be starting off with that turtle. And now we can see Euphoria tried to contest this, but BLMB will be taking the first turtle nonetheless. Nice retribution coming in from there. But Frankie is about to lose their health. That flash will not save that guy, unfortunately. That's 1-for-1 trade as of this moment. Euphoria, BLMB, 1 kill each side. And Animation uses up their ultimate already so early on. Oh my goodness, they are level 4 already. So fast at 2 minutes. So now Euphoria is just hiding in this place, watching out for the tower. But okay, we got one more casualty. Euphoria taking the Diggy out of the equation. And Beleric versus Yuzhong, for sure, in terms of damage, Yuzhong unfortunately wins over. And Yuzhong can clear out the lanes faster. But we got a minute left to go before the next turtle. And we can see Euphoria trying to invade a little bit. Oh my goodness, Nigareth is about to lose their health. Oh, that's a nice set coming about, and Frankie might be next, but Frankie, nice sustain coming in from this guy. Animation, Boomji and Boomy QT, they're coming in to the rescue, trying to get a little bit of a revenge kill, but they couldn't quite find it. They couldn't quite find the revenge kill that they were looking for in that situation. Unfortunately, Nigareth will be restarting their rotations in the jungle. So with that, everyone is going right back into their lanes, going to their business. You can see BLMV, they're banking on maybe a potential gank up against Euphoria. 10 seconds before that next turtle, Nigareth is already in position, just clearing out this crab just a little bit. Nice damage coming in from the Balmond, by the way. So Baksha is nearby as well. So jungler versus jungle, 3-for-1 on the turtle. But Yuzhong's going to be joining into the fray. Nigareth slowly but surely trying to get that in the bag. But it's going to be Toby's that will be stealing that turtle instead. But on the other hand, hold on, let's look at the mid lane. There's a little bit of an extent towards the tower, but in the end, Yours gonna be losing their lives. Luth might be next, and Luth goes right through the wall, but unfortunately, I don't think the sustain will be helping out. Nice job on the second skill, but that dash from Branky just finishes the job. Fortunately, Luth is gonna be saying goodbye for a couple of seconds anyway. Now, a minute and a half left to go before the next turtle comes right up. And everyone's just clearing up the lanes real quick on this little time, waiting for the timer to trickle down on the turtle. A little bit of a stack, 4 versus 3, 4 versus 4 on the bottom lane. Nigareth disengages in this situation. Farmis uses their ultimate just a little bit too early. But just pokes. Nigareth took a lot of damage back there. Oh my goodness, whose damage is that already so fast? But okay. BLMV protects Nigareth and they'll go ahead and reset it in the fountain really, really quickly. I think our Bombman would need a little bit more tankiness in this situation. It's just that they're not sustaining quite well. And the team fights anyway, they're not sustaining that well. But your hold on, there we go, we're cooking. Animation takes out your, and it's just gonna give them a little bit more time to try to take this mid lane. But McQT, oh nice, going with the shield coming in. That's a nice save, but Luth is gonna be paying for that with their lives. Spanky is gonna be going out. Gonna take it down, Luth for themselves. And nice save coming in from the Beleric. Got a few seconds left to go before that next turtle. And Tobies is already peeking in. They're already in position. Branky animation, then try to get a little bit more map control on the side of the turtle. Tobies is quite tanky, 3 versus 2. Luth is in the bag, viewers also nearby. We got the 4-man stack on BLMV. They're overextending into enemy jungle, however. Okay, we got 5-man stack on the turtle, just making sure that BLMV finally could get this turtle for themselves. But okay, BLMV disengages. Oh, half health on the turtle. Let's see if there's gonna be a steal in hand. Toby still takes the turtle for themselves. Really nice retribution on this. But we got the Fireman's ultimate coming right up. We have one down. That's Luth down on the side of Euphoria. And a little bit more damage coming in. Toby's about to go down. Toby's first casualty in. Nigareth follows up. That's a jungler for jungle. Sensitive man, however, is gonna be following up. You're putting a lot of damage. Oh my goodness. And BLMV is about to go down, but the 3-man chase coming about. Your backs away into the tower just to make sure that they have the jungle, rather the tower, in their favor. But Bumming QT overkicks just a little bit, and they're gonna be punished for that. Your takes one more kill before finally going back to their lane. 6-10 on the scoreboard as of this moment. 8 minutes into the game. 2 turtles on Euphoria, 1 on BLMV. Okay, Branky backing away. Just pokes here and there. And in terms of map control, there's still not any towers taken down. There's a little bit of damage done on each tower, but it's not gonna be enough for like a full tower takedown. We're seeing some stacks. Oh, nice damage from Maestro back there, but we got the protection coming in from the shields. Animation, the Faramis and the Banky Beleric. Really nice sustain for the rest of the team. A very selfless kind of sustain. But okay, that's a lot of damage from your already. Hold on. Okay, we're making a dive. Euphoria is trying to make a dive onto the territory of BLMV. But okay, we got the Atlas set 2 down on side of BLMV. They got caught up, but the Faramis ultimate is going to be deployed. Got a little bit of the suppression here and there. Just a lot of pokes, but Maestro, Luth, they were quite low on health. But BLMV chooses to disengage either way. The Lord is already up, by the way. It has been for quite a while, actually. But BLMV, yes, they do have more kills, actually. But the numbers, the gold lead is actually on Euphoria's side. And both squads, well, in terms of towers, in terms of objectives, mostly actually not too far off. Especially since the turtle's like 2 for 1. But okay, we got a little bit of ultimates coming right up. We got the Farmers ultimate coming right up when McQT takes out Maestro. And I think there was a very, very nice set coming in from the Atlas, but Atlas will be taking that, taking out instead. There was no good follow-up from Euphoria. That was such a nice set. if they had like a Guinevere, if they had maybe even a Gord, I think PLMV would have been in trouble. But no, there was no follow-up good enough for that Atlas. It was quite unfortunate. But Nigarat is gonna go down. Oh no, there's no more retribution on the side of BLMV. We got the Farmer's Ultimate coming up, however. And yours taking a lot of damage back there. Come on. We got the immobilization. Okay, Tobias is about to go down. No more retribution on both sides. BLMV, they could finish this job, but this is still a 4 versus 4. No junglers on both sides. They both backed away. They don't want to risk it. Nah. Okay. At least it's a mutual decision on both teams. They're like, nah, I'm not risking it. There's no retribution. We want to blame our junglers if ever we lose the Lord. That's kind of funny, but if you're a jungler, it's a lot of pressure, you know. But on the other hand, okay, let's go ahead and go back to the Lord. Let's poke it just a little bit. Okay, finally, we have a few towers down on Euphoria's favor. Now you can see the junglers are up in the game, and we're gonna have another team fight, I believe. They're just poking, trying to see if they can make their entry. Frankie going right up. Oh, and Invasion took a lot of damage back there. Oh my goodness, Maestro. Nice burst coming about, but that just means their mage is on a cooldown. If BLMV makes waits too long, then they wouldn't take advantage of their mage already expending their skills. But okay, Branky's a little bit in trouble, but we're talking about a Belleric over here. They are a lot of sustain, but oh no, they didn't get caught up by the Faramis ultimate. We got the Belleric down, one down on the side of BLMV. Oh, that's a nice set, but come on, there's no follow-up again on Luth. It's so frustrating on the part of Euphoria. Then again, Luth overextended a little bit, but it wouldn't kill for some communication. If your tank is going to decide to jump in, then at least Euphoria, the least that they can do is follow up with some damage on the damage dealers. It's such a shame. There were two good sets from Atlas, and they're all going to waste. Oh my goodness. And now one Lord going on to the side of BLMV. All the while, they're just gonna clear up the lanes really quickly. They'll take the first tower for themselves. There we go. Done and dusted. Bummy QT takes care of that. Saluth is nearby. Tobias is also just trying to clear out their own jungle. Yours nearby as well. I don't think you got caught just yet. Okay. 4 for 3 stack. Red buff. Tobias backs away from that. And Luth probably trying to deploy their ultimate, and this is a really bad spot. I'm pretty sure Luth might be able to set this, but Luth is dangerously low on health. Oh, but Banky follows up as well. You're still alive. Nice shot coming in from Boomy QT. Oh my goodness. Alright, we got the Farmies ultimate coming right up, and Tobias is still not engaging just yet. Maestro's nearby. I don't think Maestro has their combo anymore. Oh, Maestro gets pulled in. Boom G takes that kill for themselves, and now they can take away this inner bottom turret. Niggurath finds the Yuzhong. Yuzhong backs away. I think they can go ahead and get this inhibitor turret as well. Boom QT just taking care of that minion. Sensitive young man nearby. Boom G gonna go and try to help them out. Mid lane, however, can be for the taking. There we go. Let's just clean that up really quickly. Now, upper lane, top lane. I think they can go ahead and push that as well. Okay. Now, Baksha's there. Got Doobies. Just trying to clear out the lanes. They're trying to get away. I think probably they shouldn't go ahead and try to give the chase. They're just wasting time. Come on, Tobias is just wasting your time. Oh my goodness. Okay. Tobias is going in, trying to cut the turrets, and they get caught up either way. But Tobias bought a little bit more time for their team. I don't know if that was a win or not for BLMV, but definitely Tobias wasted a little time of BLMV. But on the other hand, he also wasted his own time. But give like 200 gold to the side of BLMV because of that. But they should probably watch out for the top lane. Yuzhong was quietly pushing the minions. But to that, he has a half a minute left to go before the next Lord's gonna pop right up. And everyone's slowly but surely resetting. We got all the health that we need. Luth is coming right up. Frankie's nearby, but that's just a Belleric. I think that's gonna take forever to kill, so that's exactly why Euphoria backed away. Here, Animation and Bummy QT are nearby, so Branky and Negaroth, they can probably go ahead and start up a battle. They can initiate something, but nope. BLMB, they have their sights on the Lord. You can see Euphoria. They're also thinking about it. They could contest this. Half health on the Lord as of this moment. Where in the world is Faksha? So let's see if we can see a little bit of a kill. Nope. Nigareth is gonna be taking that Lord for themselves. Uncontested. Toby's, I don't know if Toby's was nearby, but the Lord is going to be marching from the bottom. We're just clearing out the waves, clearing out the minions. Euphoria cannot afford to lose any players this time around. This is like a 15-minute Lord. It's going to hit a little bit harder, just a tiny bit harder. Minions coming right about. Toby's minding their own business up top. All the while, BLMV is stacking at the bottom. Lord's coming right up. Got caught up with the minions. Messengers nearby trying to clear out the place. We got some towers down. We got a stack, 3-man stack, 4-man stack rather, of BLMV at the bottom. Euphoria's trying to defend as well. Oh my goodness, Luth almost lost their health back there. Branky jumps in. We got a little bit of an expense. Lots of ultimates coming right up. Boomji finally takes down that tower. We're pushing. And the Lord's already trying to get into the base. Oh, nice set once again on the Atlas. And finally we're seeing the follow through that we want. There's 2. There's gonna be 3 now down on the side of BLMV because of that. Finally, this is the follow through that we are looking for. And now it's just Boomji getting chased down. That's 4 down on the side of BLMV. Nice set. Amazing set from Luth as usual, but this time Euphoria finally followed through with the damage that they needed. Oh my goodness. Now this is what I'm waiting for. Okay, Luth is a very decent Atlas player. There were, in this match alone, 3 amazing sets coming in from this guy. And BLMV, they don't have the counter to this yet. They didn't take the Valir, so all they can do right now is make sure that they don't stack, so they don't get set like that. They don't get caught up in the ultimate of the Atlas. And this time Euphoria finally followed through, and it was just like a hot knife on butter. All that HP went down on the side of BLMV, but here in the mid lane, it's going to be a 5 versus 5 team fight. Let's see where this is going to go. Half a minute left to go before the next Lord, so you can tell both of these teams are playing it so safely. Now we have Nigareth is positioning themselves near the Lord. Toby's is nearby. Gonna be a jungler versus jungle situation, but Euphoria is right behind them just to give a little bit of support. Okay, a little bit of chase here and there. Oh, my animation got a lot of damage back there. We got the ultimate getting expended. The Lord's gonna be coming right up. Yu Zhong uses their ultimate as well. Blue's coming right in, and oh my goodness, there could be a set once again. Oh, there we have it. There's no follow through this time around. The rest of Euphoria is right behind them. This is the problem actually, but Nigareth is gonna be going down. Master is gonna be falling right up. There is a 1-for-1 trade as of this moment, but no retribution on the side of BLMV. Ranky coming right up next. 2 down on the side of BLMV. Euphoria doing well so far. Animation's about to go down as well. That is a chase that I'm waiting for. And now Euphoria has all the time in the world to go ahead and get this Lord for themselves. It's a good thing that Mummy QT is still alive, so they can go ahead and push the waves as fast as possible. But oh my goodness. There we go. Oh, we're gonna have a contest. Alright, we can see that. We can see BLMV trying to take that Lord for themselves. But of course, Euphoria is trying to fight back. Oh, they're about to get set once again. Luth, careful with Luth, careful with Luth. The ultimate got cancelled, but the Lord still goes to Euphoria nonetheless. And now you can see Euphoria. There are 4 mages trying to defend their bottom lane. There we go. Euphoria, at least they have Lord on their hands. They're going to go ahead and try to clear up the waves really, really quickly. Bummy QT clears up the top lane. Bottom lane, Euphoria trying to clear that out as well. Lord's still gonna be spawning really, really quickly up top, and that's gonna be a super enhanced Lord. It's just an enhanced Lord. I'm just saying super enhanced Lord because that Lord is intimidating. Look, it's glowing and everything. It's glowing red. Now, 5-man stack BLMV. This is their time and time again their mistake. They should not stack like this because you can easily get set by that Atlas. But okay, we got a little bit of an action coming about in the mid lane. The Lord's caught up in the minions. And now BLMV, they just have to clear out this top lane really, really quickly. All the while Euphoria's taking this time to take some more towers from BLMV. Now, that Lord's almost down. Just using up a lot of time against BLMV. And now, okay, we got a little bit of a team fight up top. We got the first down. That's going to be Luth. Mastro does take one tower for themselves. Let's see if there's a follow-through for BLMV. Nope, there is no other casualty in this situation, but the inhibitor tower in the mid lane is going to be going right down. Okay, 4 versus 2 at the mid lane. Maestro right behind them. I don't know if Maestro still has any skills, still has a combo, but okay, we got Toby's gonna be going right down. That's the first casualty. Sensitive young man's nearby. Let's see if animation can finish this off. We got the Fireman's ultimate coming right up. Sensitive young man finally going down by the hands of Bubby QT. That's a double kill. Hold on, we're cooking. Hold on, there are 3 down on the side of Euphoria, and Viewer is gonna go down as well. We can go again. We can go the same way that we won in the previous game. The same way BLMV won in the previous game. Maestro is the only one still alive. Luth is gonna be respawning in 5 seconds, but that's just our. That's just the tank, so there's no chance whatsoever that this base can get defended, and this is the same mistake that we saw in the previous game. Oh my goodness. Euphoria loses 4 of their players, and BLMV immediately goes all mid. It's the same story. 22 minutes this time around. Oh my goodness. So, good thing there's a full itemization on both teams. We can see some anti-heals, we can see sky piercers, and we can see winter trunkions. I think I saw a couple of winter trunkions, and then they probably sold it off for another item in favor of some other um attack item. But yes, nonetheless, very nice stats for both teams. 17 to 27 on the final scoreboard. And of course, slight a gold advantage on BLMV. Not too big, and they were kind of like a push and pull on the objectives. Some lords went to BLMV, some turtles went to Euphoria, etc. And a map control, it was push and pull as well between the two teams. But in the end, what mattered the most was that when Euphoria lost 4 or most of their players, when they almost got wiped out, BLMV went straight for the neck, went straight for the mid lane, bulldozed through all the towers, bulldozed through the minions. And unfortunately, Euphoria couldn't defend against that. But here, Bummy QT as the MVP, 16 on the KDA, 1639 on the KDA rather. Kill participation of 93. Really nice itemization. We got the Demon Sword, we got the anti-heal, and of course a bunch of other items. Really nice job coming in from Bummy QT. There was so much damage on the Beatrix, and now the Ixia has a lot of damage as well. We have the item shine line. Okay. Got a couple of sky piercers early on into the 6-minute mark. A couple of boots. And then immortalities towards the end. We got the blood wings on Boomji towards the end of the game, 21 minutes in. A little bit late game sort of situation that we saw a while ago. Dominance Ice. And then we have the anti-heal. And also a little bit more of defense items sprinkled here and there. Sensitive Young with the Oracle, however, just making sure that Yu Zhong will get the sustain that it needed. But I didn't quite see the sustain on Sensitive Young. But what really shined in this game is actually Luth. The nice sets coming in from Luth. It's just that the follow through with Euphoria just didn't follow through most of the time. There was one time that Luth's set wasn't taken for granted, and it just resulted into the demise of BLMV. I actually thought at one point that BLMV will be losing up this game because Euphoria is doing so well, holding them off quite well. But in the end, still BLMV. They found the opening that they needed, and then they followed through and they won this game. And there we go. We got the heat map of Bummy QT. This is unlike most gold laners. Actually, there's so much rotations for this gold laners. Most gold laners just like stay in the gold lane, mind their own business, and wait for the items to go to them. But no, Bummy QT, the reason why they got the MVP, they got the sacks for the Sky Piercer, they got the kills that they needed, it's because of this rotation. Look, it's going around the jungles. Of course, they stayed a lot on the gold lane, but they hit around the jungle as well, waiting for some sort of elimination for their favor. But there we have it. It will be BLMB that will be moving forward to the semifinals. That was a really great job for Euphoria. Once again, we didn't see Euphoria in action in the previous qualifiers. So this is definitely a nice trend setter for the foundation for Euphoria. But of course, before we move on to our next match, we will be taking a short break. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon in a few minutes.
මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය. උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරුදු ගොඩැන්නවාන්. මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරුගේ ගොඩැන්නවාන් මුළි දුනියෙන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය උරීදුගේ එම්ෆෑසා මෙදුරිකෝ පේපෑල්ගේ හිතුමේ මිහාරුගේ ගොඩැන්නවාන්
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again. This is still Ooredoo Nation Gamers Land Esports Contender Series Season 3 for MLBB. We are already on the quarterfinals, and we just witnessed our very first bracket for the quarterfinals, and that just led to the victory of BLMV, as we can see over here. It was a sweep between Euphoria and BLMV, but not an easy sweep. Oh my goodness, not an easy sweep. The first match was 20 minutes. The second match was 22 minutes. The fatigue was kicking in. Even I felt the fatigue. I'm pretty sure the players felt the fatigue as well. They were always on their toes the entire time because it was anyone's game. The whole time it was anyone's game. This time around, our next matchup will be Vigani versus Quiz Vanguard. So let's look forward to that. This will be our very final match for tonight, and this quarterfinals is starting off really well, really quite well, and so look forward to it, and I hope to see some really more exciting games, some really exciting matches later on. So we already know how Vigani and Quiz Vanguard work. Both teams, amazing teams, and I'm pretty sure in previous tournaments I've seen Quiz VG and Vigani go up against each other, so now I'm kind of excited. It's going to be a rematch from the previous seasons of MLBB on the other tournaments under Ooredoo Nation. And I'm pretty sure these teams already know, what to expect, what to ban, a very specific, more specific ban, a really more targeted ban up against the other team. And of course, there's several streams already of these players, so they know what the comfort picks are for the other team. So basically we'll look forward to that. This time around we will go back to the drafting phase once again as usual. So after while we're setting it up, we'll just kind of like think what the bans are probably gonna look like, because for sure there will be some general bans, no Marcel's probably, no Tsuchien's probably, and gonna be open is maybe I'm hoping to see like Leo Moores. I'm hoping to see maybe Eason Shins, perhaps Grangers as well. There you go. Vigani's first ban, very first ban is gonna be the Joy. Push PG will be banning Sora. I think that's Sora. I can see the headband, so Sora is gonna be banned as well. Follow you right up. We can have Vigani with the journal ban, maybe Jushin ban, Suyo ban, Granger ban, still open. Claude could be banned as well, but I don't see like a heavy ban on Claude. Like Claude is meta, but it's not a menace enough to be banned, Okay, a couple of seconds left to go. So for the part of the junglers, actually, I think Suyu is a pretty standard pick / ban. There could be a Bakshi as well. Okay, the Suyu ban is coming right up on the side of Vigani. Chris VG could answer back. We could have mage bans as well. Vixana could still be banned. Valentina if they want to ban it. Some supports. Okay, we got, speaking of supports, Marcel. We got Vigani. We're gonna be answering back with another ban as well. Okay. I'm just trying to think what the very targeted bans, respect bans are gonna look like, because as of this moment it's a little bit generalized. These are generalized bans, universal bans. These are bans that we see in ranked games and most esports scenes as well. So far, pretty standard. And now, a couple of seconds left to go. Bugatti's just deciding what the ban is, deciding what their next ban is. Okay. Couple of seconds, you might be saying, yes, an Akai ban. Okay. Another meta ban. You definitely don't want to get caught up in that ultimate. You don't want to get pinned against the wall that way. Yeah. But Chris VG should be answering back with their very final ban. And that's going to be the Zushin, another general ban. So, Bugatti first pick. Anything goes. Granger, Limord, whatever they want. Yisun Shin still open. Or they can go for like an XP laner just to be safe, just to not give away too much yet. Beatrix, Ixia, Vixana open. Zetian's open. Who else is open? The guys are really taking their time, I've noticed. Taking their time, picking and banning. Okay. Let's just see. Finally, the timer's gonna run down, and it's gonna be a Claude. I don't know if that's like an auto pick, or maybe it was a hover and then finally locked it. Who knows? But here, because VG will be answering back with two of their picks. So Claude pretty meta already, and Claude was open. Sometimes Claude gets banned, but it's like not as prioritized as say a Marsha ban, a Jushin ban. But let's see what Chris VG will be answering with. So right now, anything goes really. I think if VG doesn't have any priority picks, they can go ahead and just take XP laner. So Guinevere, yes. Maybe a tank as well? Okay, Minotaur. Nice calls. Yeah, I think I'm calling this quite well. I think it's just a coincidence though. So nice Minotaur and Guinevere combo. So Minotaur could pull in the players and stun them a bit. Minotaur could initiate the fight, and then Guinevere can follow up with their jump in, and then we'll have the ultimate just to lengthen that stun just a little bit more after the Minotaur. So it's just like a permafrost sort of situation if ever we're going to be seeing a really nice combo between these two players. But I think we've seen this lineup before a couple of matches ago. I haven't seen it like going on to their very full potential yet. The Atlas was really a nice setter, however. The Atlas from Luth, and also the Badang from like a couple of matches ago as well. Those are really good sets. But here I'm hoping to see Minotaur and Guinevere shine. But here we have Vigani. They'll be getting the Benedetta and also the Gourd. All of these are actually still pretty squishy, so I'm a little bit worried. I'm hoping Rai and Nanu will pick tanky heroes just to offset this. So we have the glass cannons, the Gourd, and the Claude, and of course Benedetta. Yes, Benedetta is an assassin, and as long as you don't get stunned, you have the sustain enough to offset the low HP of an assassin. But considering the fact that there is like stun galore in Vanguard, we have the Freya horrible stuns, the Minotaur horrible stuns, we have the Guinevere stuns as well. You better hope that you have like a purifier or something, because it's gonna be really annoying, and you need to move a lot as Benedetta in order to keep yourself alive. You need to be able to move, otherwise you're gonna get caught up on those stuns, and you're just gonna take a lot of damage from their team. But okay, we got our next couple of bans. Diggy's gonna get banned, Chris VG, just because Diggy's ultimate is the ultimate counter to all these stuns. That's why the Digi gets banned quite a lot, and also the Atlas. It's gonna get banned because VG they don't care about the status anymore. They have enough stuns on their side, so they're gonna take it away from Vigani. But Vigani, yes, they did take out the Irithel. Ranger's still open. Heason Shin is still open if they want it. Omega could use a Harith, however. I think Omega has used Harith before, so. Although marksman, I prefer a marksman personally. But okay, one last ban from Vigani. We'll be waiting it up. 7 seconds left to go. We got the Hanabi. Yes, the Hanabi. I almost forgot about the Hanabi. Hanabi was open the entire time. Now, Quiz VG, anything goes. Kami or Omega. Mid lane or gold lane. Either of them will work out just fine.
Crowned by heaven's mandate.
Your team
My
is
Okay.
legacy
Oh,
shall
that's a
endure.
nice pick. Zetian. It's really gonna be permafrost for Quiz VG. Stunts in the mid lane, stunts in the XP lane, stunts in the jungle, stunts in the roam. Oh my god. You know what would be really bad? Okay, which I'm trying to think which gold laner actually has a lot of stuns because that'll be so annoying for Vigani. Vigani will cannot move. They will be moving up like 5 frames per second at this rate with this lineup on VG. It's absolutely insane. So Vigani will be fighting back with a Belric instead. And then they should take another tanky jungler. I don't know if Mongrel will go for the jungle or will Rai go for the jungle. Okay, the jungler will be someone squishy again. I'm a little bit nervous for the lineup of Vigani actually. The Hanzo, the Benedetta, the Gord, Claude. And then meanwhile, Quiz VG a little bit too on the other extreme, getting the stuns in. And I don't know why they took the carry when Belric is the only tanky player on Vigani, but okay, it's gonna be fine as long as we got carry. So one other thing, I believe carry can actually hit from behind as well. So you know, a little bit of a follow through on the auto attack. So it's gonna be fine for breaking into the back line. So that's pretty much for the lineup. Of course, I've already expressed my opinions on the lineup so far. Chris VG, it's gonna be so much stuns. Their carry doesn't have a lot of mobility, so they'll have to get a lot of help from Chris VG. But then again, the stuns will do just fine. Zetian, the Freya, the Minotaur, the Guinevere, lots of stands. And Vigani, however, very, very squishy. So, the Claude, the Benedetta, the Gord, it's making me a little bit nervous actually. So, let's just see how Vigani will work out with this 4 squishy lineup. And it's a good thing there's no assassin on the part of Chris VG because, well, their lineup, Vigani's lineup, will be cooked, will be actually cooked in that situation. But okay, let's go ahead and start off with our very first match between Vigani and Quiz VG. This is getting serious. Both teams have already proven themselves, not only in this tournament but also in previous tournaments. These guys keep popping up time and time again, proving themselves. But here we have a little bit of pokes on the mid lane. It's gonna be enough, but let me just take a look at who's going where in the lane. So it looks like the Hanzo will be taking the jungle. I said Foster managed to get away just in time with the Guinevere. Okay, lots of stuns coming about. Chris VG. That's from the Gorge. Little ball, bouncing ball. Here, a little bit of a stuns, taunts, death fan coming here, trying to save their teammates. Oh, they're getting greedy, however. They see Kami with very low health. They want a piece of that pie, but Kami's gonna be backing away. But all the while, Mongrel Rahil finds Guinevere. That's the first blood in the game. But otherwise, we got half a minute left to go before the next turtle comes up. Possible gank towards the top lane. Chris VG should watch your backs. Carry should probably dash away. Okay, we got the Claude going right off. Rai is taking position, however. There's a chance that they'll use their skill as Hanzo try to get in and get to Carry. And Carry is losing quite a lot of health. You can see that the Hanzo is diving inside of the turret, but they don't have enough time to follow through, however. We got the 3-4-3 stack at the mid lane. But you can see VG being very disciplined about this. They don't want to overextend. But Deathfan's going to be starting off with the turtle already. But everyone's rotating from up top. Gunny's going to be a 5-man stack towards turtle. Let's see who's going to steal it. It's Nanu from Bigani who'll be taking that turtle for themselves. Raya finds Deathfans. Salty finds Kami. 2 down on the side of VG. Bigani so far winning time after time, and Isaac as Foster is going to be falling through as well. That's 4 down on the side of VG as of this moment. Not looking good for VG right now. Isaac Foster already 2 kills, 2 deaths rather already. Carry should watch their backs. Carry should, as much as possible, keep themselves alive. They are the carry of the team, quite literally. Good, okay. We got a minute left to go before the next turtle. And this is it with Bigani. They're very early game because of all the squishiness. I believe mostly Benedetta and Hanzo are quite early game heroes. Omega tries to come in, gets ganked. Oh my goodness, Omega is done for. I don't think they knew Nanu was there. They tried to pretty much get Salty in. And you can already see Bigani trying to cook up a snowball in hand. Deathfat tries to get Mongrel, but look at the damage, unfortunately for Deathfat. I'm not even seeing the stuns that they were trying to cook up in VG. Quite unfortunate. But okay, Bigani, as much as possible, their chance here is to try to end the game as fast as possible. They have 2 assassins. They have the Gord who can go late game actually. And Sati, slowly but surely, they already got 2 kills. So they have a bit of advantage in terms of getting the itemization that they need. So Bigani, get the snowball and get as much of an advantage against VG as possible. But you can see up top, VG attempted a gank, but in the end there's a counter gank from Bigani. His backup coming right up, and all the while the turtle's all the way down there. Both junglers will up top this entire time. But here, Jeff fans just trying to get their buffs really quickly before they start off with the turtle. But nope, looks like Bigani will be taking that turtle for themselves. VG will be conceding that for now. Right, take that. All the while, VG tries to lick their wounds. 4k gold deficit already. It's quite unfortunate to watch. 5-0 on the scoreboard. VG needs a break as of this moment. They definitely need a break. Right now, they're losing on gold. They're losing on kills. And this is all from Bigani banking on that early game. And Omega is about to lose her lives, but manages to dash away just in time. You can see Bigani trying to give that chase, but unfortunately, there was already the backup coming in from VG. Here, right? Using up their Hanzo skill, try to get in broken. Lots of damage, but it's not enough to try to finish the job. Still, Sati and Nanu just stay in. Maybe find some sort of kill in hand, but Broken tries to trap Sati inside the tower, but it's not going to be enough. Okay, we got a little bit of 4v4 situation here. Up top, Carry finds one. That's Sati that's going to be going right down. And of course, Deathfant finds another death for themselves. 0-2-1 so far on Deathfant. Oh, Kami's about to lose their health. Nice job on the AoE of Nobody, but Omega might be coming up next. Nice shot coming in from Nobody, and I think this is Gord using up their meta in this season. I think if Nobody gets a Sky Piercer, this guy is gonna be unstoppable. But okay, we got Rai coming right up the mid lane. Let's go ahead and see Sati try to clean up the lanes now that they have the top lane turrets taken out of the equation. 5-man stack in the middle. Okay, we're gonna see a little bit of a dive in the mid lane turret. Nobody finds Isaac Foster. A little bit more damage done, but gonna be backing away real quick. Vigani slowly but surely got a huge advantage up against Quiz VG. Quiz VG, they're still banking on like a little bit of the late game, trying to get as much items as possible, but right now they're lagging behind. Not just in XP, look at their jungler, level 9, all the while Rai is already at level 10. And the rest of the team in Vigani, they're already crossing level 9, while the rest of Quiz VG is still at level 8 or level 7. Okay, we got a jump in from Isaac Foster, got the taunts. Unfortunately, nobody will take out Isaac Foster, even though they're the ones who try to initiate the fight first. Now, 3-man squad, 3-man's stack up top. Broken gets taken out of the equation. A little bit of a stun for Chris VG. It's not going to be enough, however. Salty still takes one, takes two. Kami goes down. I think that fight might be next. Mongrel finds the tower. All the while, Omega finds Nanu. Okay, we got a little bit of a Claude ultimate situation. Deathman still alive. Manages to sustain this. Nice mobility coming right up. Okay, we got Benedetta coming in. And that's an assassination that we're seeing. And Meiser Foster finally ultimates the Benedetta, punishing them for jumping inside of this turret. This is what I'm talking about. You better not get caught up with the stuns of Quiz VG. But as of this moment, 14-4 on the scoreboard. Vigani has a lot of leeway to make mistakes still, and we're already on the Lord era and the Lord schedule, so we got half a minute left to go before the next Lord is gonna come right up in the middle. We have a lot of stacks coming about. I think Isaac Foster is about to go down. They expanded their Winter Truncheon already, and it's still not enough. Right, takes out Isaac Foster, and Deathmatch is the worst place possible. But here, jumping in, we got a little bit of stuns. Broken jumps in, sustains a lot of that damage. Deathmatch sustains, nice sustains coming in, and Mongol is Vahil might be next. Okay, they managed to get away just in time, dashing through the walls. But okay, let's go up top. Let's see what's going to be happening. And it looks like Vigani will be disengaging from the situation. Quizvigi hides safely behind their mid lane turrets. Still, the Lord is up and nobody's interested in it yet. So I guess we'll be waiting on to see what Quizvigi or Vigani will be doing in this situation. Okay, we got the Lord put here and there. And Nanu is taking the heat from Chris VG right now. Oh, almost half, lower than half health. Okay, we got a couple of pokes here and there, right? Tries their luck. Not much damage happening, however, just a poke here and there. Here we got Isaac Foster jumping in. Doesn't find anything. Doesn't use her ultimate. Hold on! That's nobody. Nice shot up against Isaac Foster. Nice stun and ultimate combo. And now Vigani could probably start off with the Lord. And there we have it. Rai gets the Lord for themselves. And now all the stuff is for Quiz VG to reset and try to defend their base. Okay, we got Vigani marching up top. We're probably gonna get this in the mid lane. We got one down. That's Omega gonna be going down. Kami. That's gonna be 2 damage dealers down on the side of Quiz VG. And as you can expect, everyone else, they're gonna be cooked. You see the fact that Isaac Foster backing away into the base, but Isaac Foster gets caught up by nobody once again. The Gourd ultimate's doing its job. The stun is also absolutely insane for Gourd. I was worried about the stun for Quiz VG for their lineup, but no, the stun from the Gourd is actually carrying this quite a lot. Okay, Rai's gonna be diving in, knowing that they have an exit point, but here the Lord's gonna be taking out this lower turret inhibitor. And up at the mid lane, I think the mid lane turret's gonna go down as well. Lord's about to go down. Isaac Foster gets taken out of the equation. Salty takes one and one tower rather, and Omega gets Mongrel is Rahil actually takes one down from the Quiz VG as well, and there we have it. Broken finds Mongrel is Rahil. We got a couple of stuns, but it's not enough to stop Vigani, and Vigani has already broken into the base. Now we're watching out to what Vigani, if they can finish this off. They can actually hit the base already, but they're watching out for Deathmat and Broken. And now the enhanced minions are coming about. Chris VG's minions have respawned, and so Vigani's gonna be backing away. But there we go. We have Deathman trying to get their sustain in. Let's look at the bottom of what's happening over there, and finally nobody takes out Deathman. Finally, all the while Quiz VG, they're gonna be clearing out the minions inside that base, but slowly but surely those minions are marching all the way up. But now Vigani can just pretty much pressure push VG with the minions. Now, less than a minute left to go before that next Lord's gonna come right up. And you can see the rest of Vigani is just positioning themselves all around the map. They have no doubt whatsoever. They have all the map control in the world. You can see the towers of Vigani. You can use those towers in the next game. Basically, not much damage done to those things. Okay, we got a 5-man stack on the right side of the jungle. 10 seconds left to go before the next Lord. I don't know if Sati can solo that, but Rai is still here busy with trying to take out the rest of Quiz BG. Okay, we got Sati and Rai taking care of that Lord. All the while, Quiz BG making sure that Quiz BG, the rest of Vigani, is making sure Quiz BG doesn't try to contest that, and exactly that's what's happening. Uncontested Lord whatsoever. Vigani has this in the bag once again. We got Rai trying to dive in. It's not gonna be enough, however. Now all that's left is Vigani to try to. They have to clear out the waves, just so they can pressure Quizvd just a little bit more. But okay, Quizvd is forced back into their base. The minions are spawning on their side, so that's a little bit of a relief. Vigani, they have the Lord on their side. They're clearing out the red minions really quickly, and you can see Quizvd slowly but surely they're losing quite a bit of health. Okay, we got the one last stand, one last death match to try to get back against Vigani, but no, Sati is taking 1, taking 2, taking 3, and there we go. There's only Death Pat and Omega that's left, and now the Lord has gotten to the base, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen, a 14-minute game between Vigani and Quizvd. That is a resounding victory to Vigani. So I was really worried about the squishiness of Vigani's lineup, but no, they have proven me wrong. This is amazing. Quizvd, I think they went too much on the side of stuns and not enough on the damage. Don't think they thought about damage too much. I mean, Setien was there and Carrie was there, but Carrie couldn't quite carry their team. They couldn't quite get the damage that they need. Looking at Carrie, they only have the Demon Sword, the Corrosion Sith, and then the Torch. And just 3 items all the while in Vigani. Pretty sure they almost have full stack, full itemization. Actually, no. The marksman of Salty rather of Vigani is already full itemization, so you can see the disparity in the damage between the two teams. But the MVP is gonna be Nanu, and that's the Belleric, and then we have a 1-1 to 22 on the KDA. So that's a calculation for support. They don't really matter how much kills they have as long as they have the support and they don't have a lot of deaths. And of course, lots of anti-heals, which is really good. And then we have some Sky Piercers here and there. Got the golden wands. We have the glowing wands rather. Winter Trunkians just to save yourself. Sati has a Winter Trunkian. Isaac Foster we saw a while ago. They had the Winter Trunkian so early on. And with that, that's it for the item timeline. We should be seeing the heat map as well for Nano. Let me just take a look at Nano real quick. Nano has like maybe 4 items, including the boots. So let's see the rotation. So typical of a roam, just going back and forth between the river. What I can probably hope for actually is maybe invade a little bit more on their jungle. But yes, that is it for the Nanu. They're just following around the rest of their team wherever they go. So that is it for our heat map. And I'm pretty sure we should be going on to our next match after that. So it's Vigani as of this moment. And I think at this point, QuizVG could have like a little bit of learning to do from the previous match. So Yes, I was a huge fan of their stunts, but they couldn't quite get executed the way that we wanted it to. And Vigani, yes, they risked it all with such a squishy lineup, but the squishiness equals more damage, and more damage, especially early on into the game, equals snowball, equals a 14-minute game. So that's something that we saw happen in the previous match. But now Vigani will be going on to, doesn't seem right because VG has Isaac Foster, I believe. So let's just like take a look at what our next bans are gonna be. So Sora is gonna be banned first, and then Joy gonna be coming right up as well. And then after that, we should see maybe some respect bans. I'm gonna suggest maybe a Claude ban or maybe a Benedetta ban just to um stop Bigani just a little bit. That okay, we got the Hanzo ban. Yes, another respect ban. But they're making sure that the Sora doesn't make it into the stage either. But Gani, they can answer back. They can answer back, try to maybe take, yes, they'll take the Suyu out of the equation. I'm just thinking maybe a Tutian ban as well. Or carry ban just in case. But yeah, think about it is I was kind of questioning the carry pick also of Vanguard. I was like, there's no tankiness. There's barely any tankiness on Vigani's side. It's just the Balearic that they should be worried about, and that's it. You can't just counter just that and pick the carry for everyone else, especially since the rest of their team has so much mobility and so squishy, and carry has barely any mobility on their side.
When the
But
body
yes,
suffers,
after that, we should have one more ban on each side. We got another respect ban. It's gonna be the Benedetta ban alongside the Hanzo. So that's two respect bans. We got Gunny. They'll be answering back. Maybe another general ban, perhaps. Hmm. Don't actually. I'm actually trying to get some ideas as to who to ban. Like, very personalized quiz VG. Here we go. I think Vigani is still thinking about it. There's anything goes actually. There's still a lot of generalized bans as well. I mean, Leomore is on the table. Maybe Rangers also on the table.
Different perspectives expose the same.
Okay, we got the
truth.
Marcel. Oh my goodness, I almost forgot about the Marcel. Marcel almost didn't get banned. Okay, we got the first pick. It's gonna be Yushin because Yushin was open this entire time. We got Vigani. Two more picks. Let's see what their lineup is gonna look like next. I think start off with the XP laner and the tank just to be safe, just so that they don't reveal too much unless they have a priority pick. Let's look at the priority picks if ever Vigani has any ideas for that. Nonetheless, they're taking quite their time. Okay. Right, since there's no more Hanzo, I'm not sure what they'll take. We got the glue, okay. Nice, nice ultimate from the glue. Really annoying. Sati will be giving us the encore for the Claude. And then very quickly, Vanguard will be taking the Yuzhong for themselves. Isaac Foster will take the Yuzhong. And now Vigani will be going on to their... no, rather, because VG still needs one more pick. And then Vigani will go to their last ban. Last pick, rather. Okay, hold on. We got the Jushin, we got the Yuzhong. This is a more typical lineup for Chris VG. I'm a little bit more confident with this one. There's the sustain from the Yuzhong. There's damage from the Jushin. And now the Leomord. Okay, Leomord. Very meta. Now I'm kind of confident with this one. Vigani, however, with the glue, with the Claude, we still need the body of this draft. Because it's not looking too steady just yet. So Claude, glue, kind of squishy just a little bit. But Claude has a lot of mobility, so I'm a little confident with that. As long as Claude has that Purify, can get away just in time. We got a couple of seconds left to go. I think the glue can either go on the XP lane or a roam. But since it's in Nano's hand, maybe it's roam. And yes, that makes sense because Mongrel is gonna take that Lapu Lapu, and that should go to the XP lane. So there we have it. That is our first phase of picking. We got the next band. It's gonna be Urethel on the side of Bugani. Kusviji should be following it right up with the Gourd Respect Band. I almost forgot about that. It's a good thing nobody didn't pick Gourd yet. You see the Gourd, not even just in this match actually, in the previous matches as well. Gourd has an insane amount of damage. That's why that's a respect ban and a general ban as well. It's a universal ban as well. Here we go. Bigani gonna be banning once again. I think they can go for another marksman since they have Claude anyway. Or they can go for a support ban since VG is still lacking support, Broken is still lacking their tank, and there we have it. That is a Belleric ban. Last time I think the Belleric went to Vigani, so they'll be getting that. They'll be getting the Belleric out. They have the glue anyway. Now one last ban. We'll have a respect ban perhaps. No, then again, Rice, Hanjo's already been taken out of the equation, so we're probably going to be seeing another ban just in case. Like some other ban, some generalized ban or something. Okay. Maybe another mage. Vikasana is still on the table. So we're just waiting on that. We're still deciding. A couple of seconds left to go. Okay, we got the Valentina ban, but I'm not sure why, however. Jushin Ultimate, not too scary. Yuzhong Ultimate, I have never seen a Valentina use a Yuzhong Ultimate. I'm kind of curious now. Okay, we got the Leomord Ultimate. Not as terrifying as stealing an Atlas Ultimate. Usually that's what the Valentina Ultimate is used for. So, you know what? It's out of the table, so we don't have to dwell on it too much. Vegani's next pick. Just one pick for their side. First pick. They still need a mage. As well as a mid. Like, I just said mid laner. Yes, of course they need a mid laner. They also need a jungler.
Everything engulfed in flames.
So who will they pick? Nope. Nobody will be getting the mid laner that is Valir. Okay. Okay, we got the Carmilla and the Hanabi. So nice damage coming along from the Jushin and the Hanabi. Pretty meta picks as well. Actually, all of them are meta. All of these are other than the Carmilla, who doesn't get as banned as usual. The others are other than the Yujon and the Carmilla, however, Hanabi, Limord, and Jushin, they have a pretty high ban rate, so Chris VG is taking advantage of that. On the other hand, Vigani, Valir's usually a counter to setting like setter tanks. So I'm not really seeing a lot of CC on the side of Chris VG unless it's Carmilla. There's a little bit of a stun there, just one, and then of course we got the Zhong as well. Got this like a little bit of a stun as well. But okay, we got a Ling for the side of Vigani. So a lot of mobility coming in from this guy. So pretty well rounded on both sides actually. It's quite nice. Okay, there's not like a typical tank. There's no setters on both sides, and I'm gonna expect maybe there's a chance that we might be seeing an early game, especially with the Ling. And then Vigani, I'm betting mostly on an early game win if ever Vigani wins. But if it's Quiz VG, it'll be because Vigani let this drag out for a little bit too long. So what I'm seeing right now, Vigani should end this as fast as possible. They should get the snowball that they need. But I'm a little bit worried about the fact that Gord was out of the table, so they can't pull off the same sort of situation as the previous time, because the Gord's combo with the stun as well as the ultimate was really what helped not just this match, not just this match, but also in the previous matches as well. The Gourd really helped out in setting that early game stage, early game win. So with the Gourd gone, let's just see how Vigani and Kushti plays this out. So we're back up top. We got the Hanabi and the Claude on the gold lane. And of course, we get the Yuzhong and the Lapu-Lapu on the XP lane. Jushin's already making some early rotations up top. Oh, the first blood, however, is gonna be nobody versus the Carmilla. It's gonna be broken. So already one kill on the side of Vigani. Really great start for Vigani. And okay, hold on. We're cooking. I think Kami might have lost a little bit of health there. On the other hand, we have a minute left to go before the next turtle's gonna come right up. And we're seeing an invade coming in from Vigani. Rice just taking a little bit of creeps from Chris VG, right? Took a bit of damage back there, but they'll be backing away. Nice mobility coming right up. Blue's right next to them, if ever it happens. No, too tanky for that. Now they're minding your own business. Nanu tries to get a little bit of a counter invasion, but it's not gonna be pulling through. There's no support from the rest of their team. Of course, a couple of seconds left to go before that next turtle comes right up. Alright, we got a little bit of a 3v3 situation up top. Nobody still nearby. Gets cut off by 4 people from the side of Quiz VG, and unfortunately that's a punishment that we're looking forward to. 1-for-1 on the scoreboard, 2 minutes into the game. Turtle Cam, by the way, still up top. Everyone else is still at the red buff on the Ghani side. Oh, Ryan might be in trouble. Uses their ultimates. Doesn't pick up their blades, however. Come on. Nanu's already low on health. Tommy, it's taken down. Deathpant's very, very low on health. Let's see if they can give the chase. Nope, it's a 5-man stack on the side of Vigani giving the chase. But Isaac Foster comes in and nice shot. Nice stun coming in from Isaac Foster. That's a double kill. I believe I saw a double kill back there. So it's 2 down on the side of Vigani. Oof. What an intense game. This is still a match point for Vigani, so the pressure is on for them. But here goes VG making the rotations onto the turtle. Still, the turtle isn't getting started off, so if this keeps up, we might be only seeing maybe 2 turtles as of this moment. Okay. And then let's go ahead and look at what the turtle's gonna look like. We're just poking about. Golden is kind of just minding their own business, and I think this VG might be starting it off. Vigani has map control as of this moment. This VG is trying to make their entry in. Isaac Foster gets a little bit of the heat. Oh, I think we're starting it off. We're seeing the Leo Mord ultimate coming right up, and Nano gonna be getting taken out first, but Mongrel Israel might be following up, but Mongrel finds one before Kami eventually takes them out. Omega gets taken out of the equation, right? Gets that kill for themselves. The rest of Kusrigi will be backing away. That is a 2-for-1 trade, and that team fight. Still no turtle. What is happening over here? No, Kusrigi, Vigani wants to get it back. Wants to equalize the scoreboard once again. It's still a 5 versus 5, but still, oh my goodness, what is happening over here? They are ignoring the turtle completely. Mongrels are healed nearby. They're going to go back to their lanes. They're both going to be behind in terms of gold at this rate. Okay, Isaac Foster backs away really quick, senses the potential gank. And now Chris VG can't make their entry. Rather, Vigani can't make their entry. They do have map advantage for the turtle if ever. Here, Isaac Father takes a bit of damage back there. So far after that, not really too worried just yet. Still an equal game. Still anyone's game. Okay, finally we're seeing Vigani start off with that turtle. Okay, Deathpan takes out Salty. And Other than that, Rai is nearby. Isaac Foster probably will try to contest that, but still, Rai does have the retribution. Doesn't matter. But Nanu, okay, Nanu is gonna get caught up here, but it's just Nanu. It's just the roam, so we're not gonna see a lot of damage. But here, Rai tries to get away from this 3 versus 1 situation. Uses their ultimate for that. It's okay, we got Nano destroys one of the turrets. Okay, just a poke here and there, a little bit of a stack happening in the mid lane. No follow through, however. Okay, we got Death Fan using their remote ultimate. Minute and a half left to go before the next turtle. Okay, pokes. Not much damage happening, not much follow through. Okay, you can see both teams are actually positioning themselves near the turtle, but it's just a little bit too early for that. And Rise minding their own business, pushing the lanes. That is a jungler that knows its job. Okay. We got a demon sword coming around on the side of Quiz BG. And we got less than a minute left to go before the next turtle. Right, we don't have to worry too much about the position. But here, speaking of position, Omega 3 versus 1. Oh my goodness, that is a stun and they could not move whatsoever. Nobody gets that a kill for themselves. And Quiz BG just a little bit too late on the backup. We got a 3 versus 4 situation up top. We're trying to get a lot of a revenge kill. And looks like Broken does take nobody out. Death Fan's gonna be followed up, however. 1-for-1 trade so far, but no, Salty gets taken out of the equation as well. Kami follows up. That is 2 casualties, and that's a double kill also. That's 3 down on the side of Vigani. 3-4-3 trade, as I believe that I've seen here. But yes, Omega did get taken out like earlier after that, so like earlier before that rather. So maybe technically a 4-4-3, I don't know, but nonetheless, it's still 9-4-9 on the scoreboard as of this moment. 7 minutes into the game, there's only 1 turtle still, and these 2 teams don't care about the objectives. Come on. Okay, the turtle is optional still, but it looks like a death match more than a game right now. Come on, let's look at the bottom lane. Mongrel Rahil takes out Omega. Okay, we got a little bit of action here and there. It looks like Blue has attached to Broken, if I believe so myself. Death Match falls, Broken follows up. Oh, Salty is about to lose their house. Nobody could be finished off here. Come on, what is happening? Okay, we got Isaac Foster about to lose their health. Nobody takes out that. And Kami just holding out their lantern, trying to back everyone back out of their territory. And it looks like Gani gets 3 kills from that situation. And now even Rai has the very final turtle of this game. Now we're back to the Lord. 2 minutes more before that Lord goes ahead and spawns. Now, just looking at the map control, actually, slowly but surely, Vigani is actually getting the map advantage. We have a little bit of a stacks up top, 3 versus 4 potentially. Got Salty taking care of those towers. Isaac Foster nearby, so it makes this a 4 versus 4. Rai can jump in anytime they want. Limord, however, is minding their own business, trying to farm up. Here we have Vigani just putting a little bit of pressure on Quiz BG. A little bit of an intimidation sort of situation here. Okay. Now we're in a little bit of a lull. We have a minute left to go before the next Lord comes right up. And just pushing the lanes, pushing the minions here and there. Vigani has more of the map advantage still. Okay. Now you can see Vigani just stacking on the jungle. Pretty sure Salty will go ahead and try to take out some of these minions. Okay, we got some pokes here and there. Rai comes right in just to see if they can make their entry. You can see Quiz BG immediately backing away back into their towers. But okay, hold on. What's happening over here? Mongralis Rahil finds an opening and tries to pin down Omega. Okay, Rai makes their entry as well, and it looks like Sati takes out Omega. I think there's another potential kill up against this VG. Nanu gonna be falling down. It's gonna be Omega. Rather, it's gonna be Kami taking that kill for themselves. Nobody's about to go down, but Deathfan is getting chased right now. Deathfan finds nobody. And that's a double kill. Mongols Files gonna get taken out of the equation before Soti shuts them down finally. Kami giving that chase. I don't think it's gonna be enough, however, but the Lord's gonna be coming right up. And I don't know if Chris VG would want the Lord. Okay, they got the 3-man stack there, however, but Rai could easily contest this. Now, Rai, oh my goodness, should probably get away from this situation. Come on, run away. Okay, 10 minutes into the game, first Lord. And you can see, actually, Hanabi's trying to start off this. Oh, nice sustain from Omega! I think they can solo the Lord, actually, but they do need protection from the rest of their team. But Nanu tries to start in. They think Nanu could use that ultimate, but no. The Lord's gonna reset, and it looks like Rai might be able to contest this, all the while Sati gets chased down. Rai finally takes the Lord for themselves. They got the objective, but in the end, they do have to lose 2 players. But Kami gets taken out of the equation as well. It's a Rai will be shut down, and that's a 4 down and decided that's a wipeout. Oh my goodness, Bigani just got wiped out in this situation. Now all that's left is Kusviji to take back a bit of a map control in their hands. Okay, there could be a possible all mid situation here. Let's see if it's gonna be happening, but I don't think this is gonna be the end of the game yet. But at least Omega manages to get enough damage done against the towers on the mid lane. Now you can see this VG, they're just trying to take out the Lord really quickly. It's a good thing Vigani got that Lord, because that wipeout is a huge dent in their team. Let's take a look at the item build real quick. A couple of items here and there. It looks like Rai actually has the Haslos, they have the critical axe as well, the critical damage axe. But here, Vigani, they're making the rotations, 5-man stack towards the top lane. Okay, Isaac Foster gonna get caught up with that. That's a lot of damage done. And Mongol Rahil gets caught up by the wall. We got the Yuzhong going into dragon form. Vigani backing away. Oh, you gotta look at that mid lane, dude. You gotta look at that mid lane. You gotta push back the minions really, really quickly. But other than that, yes, we got Chris VG going all around the map, just making sure that the minions at least aren't too biased towards their side. We're waiting for the next objective. Still a minute and a half left to go before the next Lord comes right up. And down at the bottom could be a possible 3 versus 1 situation, right? Ooh, that's a lot of damage being done. Right backs away really, really quickly. And still nobody gets taken out of the equation. Deathpad, nice! Sustain coming from Deathpad, but the stun comes right up and it stops everything in track. And there we go. I think Mongolish Rahil is going to be coming up next, but they managed to get away. Hold on. Okay, we got another stun. Omega finally finishes them off. That is 3 down on the side of Vigani. Slowly but surely, Kuspiji turns the tides around. And now Kuspiji can freely try to get these towers for themselves. And Sati and Rai, I think they can probably not really defend this. Look at Rai taking so much damage from this situation, from that Jushin. But at least the minions have been taken out. That's the important part. Alright, let's go back into the push. And of course, VG has the advantage this time around. We got about 10 seconds left to go before the next Lord comes right up. Of course, VG is just clearing out the lanes really quickly. Slowly but surely, the tides turn around. Chris VG has the advantage right now, has the advantage of the map control, of the objectives, and now we got the Lord coming right up next. Omega's trying to solo this situation, and no, it looks like a 5-4-4 stack. Rai is still left behind. Oh my goodness, the retribution is way too far off. Let's see if they can clutch this. Oops! Who took the Lord? And it looks like Rai stole the Lord just right in time. And Deathpat's about to lose their health. Let's look at the bottom. Come on. Come on. Deathpat's about to lose their health. They're backing away into their base and nobody's trying to give the chase. But in the end, Chris BG, they only lost 3 players. But not only, that's a lot of players. But Nanu gets traded off as well. Oh, a little bit too greedy back there with nobody. But it looks like we're going all mid this time around. Bigani is marching up towards the mid lane. Kami's right there trying to take it out. And Sati takes a bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. But looks like Sati will be trying to take out Kami. They took a bit of damage. Rise nearby, however, going to come in. Ultimate coming right up. Takes a few bullets in. few blades rather. And that Zushin damage is really serious right now. Up top, we do have the Lord coming right up, trying to bang down that tower. The inhibitor tower is gonna be taken out really soon. Just a little bit of health left. And you can see Quiz VG just cleaning out their base really quickly. They don't want to get those minions too close to the base. And at some of these moments, everyone has respawned already. And so Vigani is still putting a lot of pressure up against Quiz VG. I think the best thing that they can do is clear out the lanes up top just to put a little bit more pressure on Quiz VG. But of course, Quiz VG, they won't be getting out of their base soon, especially since they have to go on the defense. They have so little towers left. And right now, Vigani, they still have their inhibitor tower, so they don't have to worry about the super minions yet. Nanu's just making fun of them. Look at Kami and Nanu. But okay, we got a minute left to go before that next Lord's gonna respawn. We're just clearing out waves, being really patient. 5-man stack, Quiz VG in mid lane, while Vigani is already positioned towards the Lord. Okay. We got half a minute left to go before that Lord respawns. And I think I'd really rather that Vigani would push the lanes instead, just to get everything ready, just to set the stage for when they push up against Chris Fiji. But okay, they're just being really patient right now. Minions are doing their jobs. And Vigani is mostly making sure that they have the Lord for themselves. They're stacking near the Lord. Chris Fiji, however, they have to worry about the super minions, especially since their inhibitor turret in the middle is already taken out of the equation. Now the Lord has spawned. Vigani is going to be getting that started off. Deathfant probably trying to contest that, but alright, Rai easily takes out that Lord. Okay, we got a little bit of a team fight happening in the jungle. Still no casualty yet. Let's see if we're gonna give that chase. It looks like Rai takes out Deathfant first. Omega takes out Rai, however. Very squishy. But it's just a 1-for-1 trade. You can expect Quiz PG, they don't want to overextend this, because they do need all of their players in order to defend against the Lord. Right now, what I'm really hoping is that Vigani could probably get this game going if they just push the minions. That's just like one thing that I could suggest to them. We have the Lord coming right up, and the Quiz VG is ready to meet the Lord themselves. Now we got a 4-man stack from Vigani. Just gonna go right in. Yuzhong using up their ultimate. The Lord getting drawn away from the base, which is the most important thing actually. Alright, we got the Lord's gonna be going right down just like that. Important thing is the minions. The minions are super powered because of the Lord. Now they can go ahead and clear up the minions up top as well. Just like that, just a little bit. Now, 5-man stack coming in from Vigani. Let's see if they can end this game right now. Okay, they can take out the top turret and it'll be all over. There's no more inhibitors for the side of Quiz VG. And the blue minions have respawned. And looks like Vigani will be backing away. At least they got the towers that they need. And now they're just clearing out the waves. They're just clearing out the minions. Really, really quickly. Okay, Omega. Oh, Omega almost lost their health back there. At least they have enough time to go back to the fountain. Okay. Quiz VG just hugging the base as of this moment, and they have to worry about the very, very tanky minions. But at least their own minions have respawned already, and Vigani is just standing by, trying to make sure that they don't get picked off. Trying to make sure they're still putting a lot of pressure up against Quiz VG. But alright, let's see if they're gonna be starting off with a little bit of an action at the jungle. Nobody almost lost their health. I think Isaac Foster's about to go down. Sati commits to that, and it looks like we have the ultimate coming about on target. We're gonna use that Winter Truncheon coming up. Kami finds Rai, however, but Omega finds Sati after expending that immunity. Nobody gets taken out by Deathfant. Look at that. That's 2 for one trade. Isaac Foster for Sati and nobody. We have half a minute left to go before the next turtle comes right up. We're already 20 minutes in, so that respawn time is quite a lot. It's about a minute, I think, or 45 seconds on the respawn clock as of this moment. We've got 10 minutes left to go before the next turtle comes right up. Okay. We're gonna be really patient right now. And Quiz VG should watch out for their base as much as possible, especially since they don't have the turrets to defend against that. And Mongrel, oh my goodness, they almost backdoored there. Okay, we got the Lord going to the hands of Quiz VG. At least they have a little bit of a relief. At least they don't have to worry too much about their base that much anymore. No, we got an enhanced Lord going in the mid lane. Now, kind of watching out for what's going to be happening next. Vigani, they have to take out that Lord really, really quickly. And they can't because the rest of Quiz VG is actually begging for a team fight over here. Okay. Let's watch out for the Lord. It looks like Vigani has the opportunity to take it down. Now I'm kind of looking for Sauti because Sauti has their best bet to take down that Lord as fast as possible. But okay, we got a bit of a stack from Vigani in the mid lane. Easily take out the Lord. And now Chris PG has the map control this time. There's a 4-man stack up top. Now you have to keep your eyes on Death Path because there's a huge chance there might be a backdoor happening in this situation. But here, okay, we got a 4-4-4 stack. In the top, we're just taking out all the minions. The minions are the most important part. But we have Rai versus Death Fans in the bottom lane, but it's gonna turn into a team fight, I think, really, really quickly. Okay, disengages on both sides, just poking about here and there. And the sides have turned. Quiz VG drags in their minions from their side. They were so worried about their base, but now the advantage is on their side. Okay, we got Sauti using their immortality, and unfortunately Omega still manages to take them down. And I'm not sure if this is a good idea for Glue to go this far up, but Raya giving the chase, tried to take out Omega. Okay, let's see if they can finish the job. No, unfortunately Isaac Foss is just a little bit faster. Omega, however, nonetheless still goes down. So marksman for marksman. Okay, Glue attaches themselves to Broken, and Broken slowly losing their health, and there we have it. Nanu has managed to take out Broken. And Isaac Foster giving the chase. Nobody in Mongol are still in the game. Oh, Nanu's about to lose their lives, but Glue's ultimate pretty much goes so fast. But we should look at the base. It's a good thing that the Yuzhong Isaac Foster has their eyes on the base at all times. There's no more defense on the base. If those minions get to the base, it's all over, especially if those minions are very, very strong already. Okay, we got Vigani manages to push in the map control in their favor once again. The Lord is right up. They could try to get the Lord for themselves. In fact, Sati has already positioned themselves. And you can see Chris VG trying to try to contest this Lord. Sati is slowly but surely taking out a lot of this damage here and there. They're about half health, less than half health. Chris VG way too far up to try to contest this, and there we go. We got the Lord going on to the side of Vigani. And now Chris VG cannot afford to get picked off in this situation. They have no inhibitor turrets. And the Lord is on the side of Vigani. In fact, Vigani already has 4 Lords. That's absolutely insane. We've seen 5 Lords already. 24 minutes into the game. Come on, guys. Let's make it 30 minutes. Why not? But okay, we got the minions pushing into Quiz VG. So at the moment, Vigani being really passive as of this moment. They're just waiting for the Lord, for the enhanced Lord up in the middle. Now, Chris VG is hugging the base, making sure those minions don't take out their base unknowingly. But here we go. We got some stack. They're watching out for the Lord. They're going to be pushing in, trying to take out the minions right there. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. You could pause the match. Oh, it was almost the end though. But okay, let's just go ahead and see what's going to be happening next. Okay, we're just going to wait. let's just kind of wait for the rest of the players. Apparently, there was somebody who's freezing, so let's just give a little leeway, and then it seems that I'm just kind of listening to what the organizers behind are saying, the back end is saying, but it looks like we'll be waiting for them. They paused the game, and we're almost done with the game, so I guess maybe like depending on what the rulebook is gonna look like. Um, hmm. So okay, somebody is freezing, and I think it's like okay, it's a game pause. I think it's not like any of the players' fault. Mostly, it's probably just the back end thing. So let's just wait for them to sort it out. So I'm pretty sure the players are actually quite wired up. This is the worst time in the world to have a technical pause, but nonetheless, it's necessary just to make sure that the game ends fairly. Very, very much fairly. It's like stopping a movie in the middle of the most exciting part when like everyone else is already getting killed and everything. But yeah, nonetheless, at this moment in time, I think Bigani has a lot going for themselves. They have the map control. They took down all the turrets of the side of Quiz VG, and they also have the enhanced sword on their side. Pretty sure in terms of gold and in terms of itemization, we don't have to worry about that too much anymore. Everyone else has their full build already, so don't have not too much. But okay, finally we're unpausing the game. Let's go! Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go ahead and see where the Lord will take us. But Quiz VG still full squad, and now Roke is very quite low on health. I think that's our first casualty. Sati, nice damage going in, but Sati, oh my goodness, they go ahead. They're gonna go ahead and get that freeze in and double kill coming in. Isaac Foster falls, but that fan gets that revenge kill from that situation. But we got the double kill coming in. Omega coming right up, and it looks like the base is going right down. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is a 2-0 sweep. Bigani will be moving on to the semifinals after this. Congratulations once again for a job well done. Both teams did so well. It was actually anyone's game for like the longest time, but no, nonetheless, Vigani comes out victorious twice in a row after some pretty intense games. And so that is gonna be it. That was 4 matches for tonight, and we saw such amazing games from each matchup. Congratulations once again to the teams who will be moving forward towards the tournament. So there we go. We should be seeing the post game really, really soon, and I don't know who to guess for who the MVP is. I didn't actually quite pay attention to the KDA, but of course, Omega, they all did a great job. Okay, let me just take a peek really quickly. Looks like Death Fan has 13 kills, however. So possibly, maybe MVP. But then again, I'm looking at the 7 deaths as well, so that might offset. And then it also depends on the objectives that Death Fan had throughout the game. I was just kind of disappointed that there were only 2 turtles, so both teams actually kind of drew it out quite a bit. So there we have it. I'm also looking at the itemization, so we're not too worried about the items since it's been 25 minutes into the game. So there's no in terms of like items and gold lead, it's not too much to worry about because it's already late game. But the MVP is gonna be Mongralis Rahil with the KDA of 7-4-14. We got the kill participation of 72%. Let's just look at the build. Mostly defensive, actually. Mostly sustain. So we got HP, we got the regen, we got the dominance eyes, the minion eyes rather, and that's gonna be the anti-heal, and then a little bit of damage from the axe as well, and of course the physical boots. So that's it. We got the spell of the dash as well. It's pretty normal. So well, there we have it. I think that was it for the MVP. And oh, look at the item timeline. They had to squish up the first items because it's been such a game. But there we have it. So we got the Blood Wings of Kami on on 24 minutes, and the Oracle of Mongol Israel is kind of far off. Also, the anti-heal of Omega, actually, they took way too long to buy that. So, okay, let's just go ahead and keep a watch out for um what else could be nice to watch. I don't think I saw Sky Piercer. There's not a lot of Sky Piercers in this game, but yeah, let's look at the rotations of Mongol Israel. Just taking a look at the rivers coming about, going through the jungles as well, and really nice rotations. Actually, it's pretty spread out. I think mostly Mongol, they know that the mage and the roam have mid lane in hand, so they're kind of avoiding that just a bit. But the jungle and also both outer top and bottom lanes have a lot of attention from Mongrel. So that is it for our 4 matches for tonight. We are halfway through we're halfway through the quarterfinals rather, and so we should have 2 more matches of the quarterfinals tomorrow, and then we'll have the semifinals as well. So guys, look forward to that. And we have the roadmap just to refresh our memories. We had Lenion SLFO RF versus KOF Sururan a while ago with the victory of RF. And then after that, we have Lenion SLFO versus LF Kumar with the victory of SLFO. So 2 SLFO teams are going to go up against each other tomorrow. That's going to be RF versus SLFO. And then after that, we had LNN SLFO BLMV versus Euphoria. That's 2 points to BLMV. They'll be moving forward to the semifinals. And we just saw Vigani versus Chris VG. Vigani has 2 points. That's a sweep. And they move forward as well to go up against LNN SLFO BLMV. And that is it for our stream for tonight. We had 4 matches, and we will have 4 matches tomorrow. Same time tomorrow as well. So thank you so much for supporting Esports Contender Series Season 3 under Ooredoo Nation once again, as usual. And of course, do look forward for tomorrow and also the grand finals after that. So guys, for tonight, we'll be saying goodbye and we'll see you tomorrow.
Ooredoo के M-Pesa मेदोरी को PayPal गिफ्ट में मिहार Muli Duniyeng Divehi Rajya Ooredoo के M-Pesa